Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 88th live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's Deeper Discussions, we are on Part 4 of the 2nd edition Psionics Handbook, the complete Psionics Handbook, in fact, where we are painstakingly, no, not really, but we are lovingly going through storyline, or, storybook style, where we are going through every single page, every single power. Right now, we are going to be starting today with Chapter 6, Psychoportation, and yes, I promise we will be finishing the book today. We only have Psychoportation and Psychoportation, Telepathy, and Metapsionics left. The rest of the book is just basically talking about campaign starters and psionic enemies, psionic monsters. We may do that on a completely different episode later down the road, but right now we are just going to finish the final 3 chapters of the powers, and we are going to finish off with that. Other than that, we just have a couple quick updates, so we're going to get right into that, and then today's episode is going to start. So, bringing Kage in. What is up, my friend? Unfortunately, he is not in the studio today. We do have him here remotely, but we have him nonetheless.
Shalom, shalom, my friends. Hello. I am excited to be here as always. Yes, I am remote again, but that's all right. We're making sure this looks as neat and tidy as we can get it. So
one step at a time. One step at a time.
Exactly.
All right. So, quick housekeeping for everybody. So, basically, we have been doing a lot of work on the back end here. We are so close to making affiliate. We are at 48 followers of 50, and we are at 2.63 concurrent viewers out of the 3 necessary to make affiliate. So we are very close. We are also on the 88th live stream, which means we have 12 live streams. We have 6 weeks until our 100th episode. If we can make affiliate by that time, I'm definitely going to be doing a giveaway. I still might do a giveaway. I don't know, but 100% if we make affiliate by the 100th episode, I will be doing a giveaway. So stay tuned for that. But moving forward, y'all, we've had a huge recent uptick for Homebrew Review, our Monday episode, and it has been fantastic. We have over a dozen items on the list right now, and they're not just all from the same person. A lot of them are, but that was just kind of, we got a little bundle deal, which was great. But we do have, over 12 items. I think we have around like 15 maybe for the next couple weeks. They're all stacked out. We are ready to go. We've made some plans on how we are going to intake new ones. We have a priority system in place that we've already talked to you guys about. But we do kind of need to prepare for growth. We need to prepare for scalability, and we kind of have hit a recent pothole, or, just a little bump in the road that we want to address, that we just kind of want to make some plans now so we just don't have any delays in the future. So when it comes to submissions, basically we just want to clean this process up a little bit. So recently there have been 2 things that we just kind of recently saw in the submissions, and that we just kind of want to rein back just a little bit. So I love that you guys really are enjoying Homebrewery. That is fantastic. The thing about that is, while Homebrewery looks great, we are still on the fence about whether or not we want to use it long term, and whether or not we want to go with our own branding or our own formatting. So while we do like it, while it's interesting, and we are interested in testing it, we have had one of our viewers, Pokeniner, give us a very large bundle of homebrew submissions, and we accepted them via Homebrewery because they were already done, they're already formatted, and we did want to test out what Homebrewery has to offer, and that's kind of why we accepted that. However, we still want to keep with our own branding and our own formatting, because it does help with consistency, and it does help us in terms of, with Kage, taking in the submissions and being able to format them on a consistent way for me to read them, as well as being able to let it be, broadly open for anybody to make a submission in any potential way. So while we don't mind Homebrewery, and if that is your preferred way of doing so, such as Pokeniner, if that is the way that you make things and that is the way that you store things, it is okay if you want to submit them with Homebrewery. We're never going to deny that, because like I said, we will accept it in any way. If you have a Word document, if you have a Google Doc, we'll accept a Google link. You can upload a Word document, you can upload a notepad, you can upload raw text into Discord. If you have Homebrewery, you can give us that link. If it's on D&D Beyond, you can give us that link. We're not against any of those. But what I don't want to come across as encouraging or suggesting that you should take whatever it is that you currently have and transition it to homebrewery to then submit to us. And the reason why I say that is because A, we're not 100% sure that that is where the direction we want to go with. We're still testing it to get some ideas, but it's just not necessarily where we want to go right now. Secondly, we don't want to add any extra work because we're still working on our own branding and because Kage still takes in all of this stuff raw and does the formatting. If you have it already written, we don't want you taking the extra step to put it into homebrewery just so we're going to take it out of homebrewery and put it into our own thing, right? It's just an unnecessary step that nobody needs unless we decide long-term that's our solution. So again, not saying you can't do it. I just really want to, I just saw this happen and I didn't want people to go out of their way to start resubmitting items or taking away from how you normally document that and write them up. Send them how you have them. We are absolutely fine. We have a process. We like our process. I mean, Kage is completely fine with his process. So we don't want to add any extra roadblocks. I'll let him talk a little bit too, because there is a couple things that he's noticed with homebrewery that make it one step from being easier than he has seen in the past. But yeah, basically, I just wanted to kind of just officially say that while we're okay accepting it that way, please don't feel like we're suggesting or encouraging you to go out of your way to do that. Just submit what you have as you have it in your preferred way. We'll deal with the formatting, especially because we're working on the branding. So that's all I wanted to say there. I just, we want to kind of clean that up, and I don't want a bunch of resubmissions because people think that that's the preferred method. Really, there is no preferred method at this point. Just send us what you got, how you got it, and then we're, once we have a preferred method, we'll let you know. We might have a template, we might have a way that we want you guys to organize it. But for right now, just send it to us as you got it. Don't do any extra work. We appreciate it. We love you guys for all the things that you've submitted. Please don't stop. We're not saying that you guys have, we've been upset with anything. It's just really, we don't want that extra work on anybody, especially if it's not the direction we want to go. So we'll continue using Pokeniners as a test run for maybe the next 2 submissions of theirs. But long term, we're probably still, at least for the foreseeable future, we'll probably stick with our formatting. Just so if you guys do see that, if you guys if you see that it's changed from how you submitted it, just keep in mind that's what we originally decided, and that's kind of what we want to stick with. You know how we are all about consistency. We originally said that we'll use Pokenizer to test homebreweries, so we want to stick with that and not, lean into it too much, especially if it's not the way we want to go. We don't want people getting used to it, and again, making more work for anybody. So I'm going to cut that there. That's all we needed to say on it. I super appreciate you guys for everything you've done. Just don't do the extra work if it's not what you want to do. If you guys want to do homebrewery, hey, knock yourselves out. It's all your guys's. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just trying to help out with everything. And then the other aspect that we wanted to cross, and I'm just going to kind of let this one go over to Kage because, again, it's his project. He runs it. But the other thing that we have seen in the submissions channel is just a lot of updates, a lot of reposts of the same items. And we just kind of wanted to give you guys an idea of, again, scalability wise, how we want to approach that, how we want to approach if you guys have updates or, changes to items that you've submitted versus, if we've reviewed an item and you want to give us a resubmission, that's different, right? That's its own thing. If we've reviewed one of your items that you've submitted before, you've made changes and said, hey, here's a new item I'm submitting. That's just like any other submission. You just submit it, say, hey, you gave it this score. I've changed it. Here's my resubmission. Done deal. What we want to talk about next is specifically if you have an item that you've submitted that we haven't reviewed yet and you have updates, or if you've wanted to change something. Biggest thing that we want to just do is limit how often and how much are coming in, just so we can keep our organization. So really, I think, we don't have any hard and fast rules. But yeah, Kage, just if since you kind of run it, just some guidelines to help us scale this long term.
Just so you guys are aware, again, like Vortex was saying, I love everything that you guys are submitting, and sometimes it's a fun puzzle. Invent gave us a great submission, and I had to put a lot of pieces together because there were a lot of pieces to it. All of that, I love it, and I've got no problems with it. I think the only thing that we wanted to focus on was if you guys got updates to something like Vortex was saying we haven't reviewed yet, we want to I need to have at least a date where I know, all right, this is the one that I'm going to transition. This is the one that I'm going to write up for you guys. And so we were thinking that once it gets put up on is it, what's the channel? The schedule channel. Once it gets put up in the schedule channel as one of our upcoming um, reviews, that's when I'm going to take what the most recent submission that you guys have, and I'm going to take the most recent submission that you guys have, and I'm going to use that to convert. Now, if at any point you guys do need to do updates and stuff like that, that's totally fine. I get that. And what we'll likely end up doing is Vortex usually goes in and he will react to a lot of the things, so we know, hey, this one's next on the list, this one's upcoming. What we'll probably end up doing is when a correction comes in, I will probably either put a reaction or have you guys put a reaction on whatever's old so that I know what's the newest, right? And then I can get rid of anything that is old or has information that I already have, and then hopefully from that point I'll have something
They may
I know what we're going to
they may not be able to do that because I don't think because of the way that we wanted to do the submissions, they probably don't have access to their previous ones. So
Okay.
if anything, I would just suggest if you are giving it an update, just make it clear that it's an update
Right.
to a
Update
previous
to- yeah,
submission. At least that way, just make sure the naming convention's the same, so we can just go back and reduce that. But yeah, it's like, again, updates are fine if there is like a big things. But if it's small updates, if it's just like hey, I didn't like how it was formatted or whatever, or even if it's like a small wording thing, we just want to limit, because again, we're trying to manage that channel, and that channel is both our archive as well as our planning and our staging until we get it into the format that we want. So we're just trying to reduce how many of the same submissions we get. So it's more of if it's a major like change or like an actual like, hey, this needed to change before the review, totally fine. But if it's like even small changes, even just like a small like pinging us in normal chat or on the day of just bringing it up in chat is more preferable. Just because again, it might get to a point to where we just won't have the time to implement that change before the review, and we don't want to accidentally put an item that we've already reviewed like on the list because it was an update instead of a new item. So that's just kind of all what we're doing.
Very nice, very nice. That's
Civilized Gamer, what is up?
What's up,
Been a
bro?
while. I mean, been a while. I don't think you've been here this year. We are on episode 88. You're on episode 88. Where have you been? I don't know. When was the last episode do you remember watching? Spring has been so busy, so I haven't been able to check in. No worries. How
That's
are you?
fair.
How
That's
has
fair,
your spring been? How's your whole year been? It's been crazy over here. We're doing stuff. I mean, look at this. We're on episode 88, and we're having to do like announcements of like logistics. Come on now. What are we doing with this? This is crazy, man. This started from just like hey, we're just talking about D&D to like, hey, we have a schedule now. We got rules.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Well, Civilized Gamer. I don't know if you've been keeping up at all with the YouTube channel or with any of the episodes, but we are on episode 4. I think was that all the updates? I believe, Kage. I don't think we had anything else.
I think that was it.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that we just keep everything organized and civilized. But again, you guys have been great. We've been getting so many submissions, and it's fantastic, and I want to see them keep coming. So keep them coming.
I love all it.
So yeah, Civilized. I don't know how much you've been keeping up at all with either the titles or the YouTube channel, but we have been doing on these Fridays, the last couple Fridays, we've been doing these deep dives, these deeper discussions is now that we call them. And we have been doing the 2nd edition Psionics Handbook. We've been reading through the whole thing. Basically, what inspired this is my favorite class, pretty much in all of D&D. 2nd edition Psionics. If I had to just flat out choose my favorite class, it's this right here. And I think Kage is finally starting to see why. Not necessarily convincing him that this is the best class. This is not what I'm saying. I am not saying Psionics are the best class of all D&D. I'm just saying if I had to choose, this right here is my favorite.
Why you say that? I totally get the draw and the pull to this class. Like it is beautiful, and one of my favorite things, synergistic. If a class is synergistic, it gives me the goosies, and
It's the
it is
layers that
so
we talk
beautiful.
about, right? Like
Which
it's
is
so funny. I've been
why
talking with Kage off stream that, like, you know, because I've been dealing with, you know, I've been developing High Point for over 10 years now. It's hard to always remember or even accept or acknowledge where my influences come from, right? Because it's like, you know, it's like I know that I've been influenced by the Apprentice Adept series, by Doctor Who, by Supernatural, by the Dresden Files, by all of the various D&Ds, mostly by second edition, right? But there's so many things that I have done, right? Like there's so many decisions I've made. There's so many aspects of High Point that I have. There's so many rule callings that I make, and sometimes they make sense in terms of like just the way that I think, the way that my logic is, the way that I've developed High Point, and other times it's just I think that for some reason, but I don't know why. And it's kind of so much fun when we're going through stuff like this old stuff, because reading through these, there's been several times where I've like mentioned to Kage, like, after reading this, I'm wondering, is this where I got my inspiration for such and such idea? Because I read it and I'm like, that's basically exactly what I think it should be. And I'm like, I must have read this. It was actually it was the other day we were looking at the monsters from the back of this manual. And like I said, this is my favorite class.
yeah,
I have
yeah.
had this book for years. I've even before I owned this book, my DM when I made my first character, I read through this book religiously. So I can't tell you how many times I've read this book, right? And since I've owned it as a DM these last couple of years, I've never read the back pages of all of these monsters. There's like just like, you know, a bunch of like psionic monsters that it gives you. I haven't read that since I've owned this book as a DM for the last several years. However, we came across Cerebral Parasite. This enemy, and I'm flipping through the book, and we're just talking about it, and I see this image, guys, and it just dawns on me what this image is, and I'm like, the first thing I think of is, that's just like a very small version of the psionic pollen that Afia and Allo, who are the Old Gods campaign, this is an item that they found. There's a psionic plant that's around a certain monument, and it gives off this pollen. And essentially, it's a defensive mechanism. The pollen basically acts as a boost to the plants making contact with you. So if you're covered in it, they basically get guaranteed contact, and then they take over your mind, and then make you basically garden until you die, and then you become fertilizer. Hence, what was happening for Allo and Safia, that's what was happening to your coach master.
That's right.
Because when you came back, he was basically sitting there tending to the soil, but they let him go because he was on your side. But that's basically what they would do is that. But they're much bigger. They're basically like this big, right? They're almost like the size of like a walnut or slightly larger. And they're just like almost like a dandelion. If you think of like the head of a dandelion, that's basically what they are, just less delicate. They're a little bit more solid form, but they crush easy. But what's funny is like I created those years ago. Just this idea of this psionic pollen that could also recharge you. And then as we're going through this book the other day, I see this picture and I'm just like, is this where that idea, like, was that the seed? All of those years ago, when I first made that psionic character, like over 10 years ago at this point, did I read this book and read this thing and just years later, I'm like, a psionic thing. Oh, this should be like like pollen. And I'm like, cerebral parasite. It's just one of those fascinating things where you come across things where you're like, I wonder if that's what sparked this idea all of those years ago. And yeah, again, just going over psionics, it's so funny. We talk about things like layering and building it with lore and synergy. And it's just so interesting reading through this and just like I can see how I've developed High Point. Not just that I play in second edition, but a lot of the things that I've done with the lore and the structure of High Point is very reminiscent of second edition with a lot of highlights. And I say that I use mechanics and stuff, but it's amazing how the actual like core of what I've built is a highlight of second edition, and the other aspects aren't just traits and modifiers from other editions, but you can actually feel like when you like dip into those editions. It's very interesting when you actually like when I go back and read it, and I'm like, okay, second edition had way more of an influence than just mechanically.
Yeah. There's no doubt. And to be
let's
clear, like I just want you to know, like when we first started talking about Psionics and had this idea to actually build this character, like I thought that psychoportation was gonna be my favorite. I thought that whenever we get to that one is gonna have the most thing. Like I'm gonna want that one to be my primary. But
And that's what
now,
we're gonna
just
do
actually
next.
Listening to the first two, I don't know if that's true anymore. Like
I know,
there's
right?
so much stuff in both of those other
Because we've
ones
already gone.
that
So we've already gone
it
through
could
Claire
easily
Sentience.
be, like,
For anybody
I
who hasn't
couldn't
been here
figure
yet,
out
we've already gone through
favorite, not
Claire
even one.
Sentience. We've gone through Psychokinesis, and Psychometabolism. We've gone through all of those, and we are now on Psychoportation. So we still have this and 2 more after this. But yeah, just I love this fucking class for so many goddamn reasons. What's going on in chat though, real quick? Spring's been really good. I mean, if we decided to do a summer campaign that we've had to complete before August, that's bold to vow to complete a campaign, man.
No, very
We're aiming 2 sessions a week. That's fantastic. We're going to pre-made Fallout. Ooh, awesome. A Fallout TTRPG. That would be kind of fun. I don't like the Fallout games, but I can understand a narrative based on Fallout. I think that would be better than the Fallout games. Honestly, it's the style of
is some of the biggest benefit of it. Like you go to all the vaults and like see all the stuff that happens.
Right, like that's the thing is like lore wise and exploration wise, the Fallout universe would be amazing. I really don't like how they represent it visually. I'm just not a fan of the visual style of Fallout games. But yes, the universe would be so much fun. You think about doing it for a while with the release of the Fallout TV show. I haven't actually watched the Fallout TV show, and I'm like, again, it's probably just because the Fallout games have never been my like visual style, and I see the TV show, and I'm just like, that is way too. What's the word? What is it's visually it is very striking, but not in a good way for me. Like I see it, and I'm just like, cinematography wise, it is not jive with the style that I want to see. Yeah, I don't know why. It just I see it. It's just, I don't want to say over the top, but you know what I mean? It's very maybe bright and colorful. I know it's not really like, it's not really the right words, but it's very vibrant maybe. Yeah. I don't know. It's a lot, but I should check it out though, because I have played the games. At least I've tried, and I should see what it's all about. I just don't think I would appreciate it as much because I won't see all of the, I won't notice all of the Easter eggs and all of that. You know what I mean? Like I've already seen all of the ones online. I'm just like, oh, I never would have caught that. I never would have known that. But I'm just not, I'm not that diehard fan.
Yeah.
All right. Well, updates are over. I think we can start, and we are going to finish tonight. I don't care how long we have to go. I don't care if you have to log off. I'm finishing this book tonight. I want to get on to building that character and get on to all of the other deeper discussions that we have. We have so many deeper discussion topics, and this has been literally 4 weeks going.
We're stacked on a lot of fronts, just straight up.
All right. Well, so for anybody who is joining us, anybody who's watching on YouTube, or for Civilized Gamer, if you have not been keeping up, if you want to hear or go back and check out any of the other episodes and see any of the other powers, or if you want to see the first episode where we talk about what a psionicist is and how it works in combat and blah, 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 you can check out all of our old live streams on our VODs channel on YouTube. That link is now in the chat. And also, since you guys kind of heard us talking about submissions for Homebrew Review, which is our Monday episode, and our Discord and everything, if you want to join our Discord community and do any kind of submissions for topics, questions, or items to be reviewed on Monday, you can join our Discord. That link is also in the chat right now as well. All right, so moving on, we are now on Chapter 6, Psychoportation. This is Episode 4. Episode 1 dealt with all of the lead up, how to, what a psionicist is, how to build one, and what it means. We also covered psychic combat as well. And then we've gone over all of the powers, like I mentioned. We did clairsentience, psychokinesis, and psychometabolism. So, moving on to psychoportation. Story time. And yes, I am reading from the physical book because that's how I like to do it. So, there is a copy, by the way, of this book on Internet Archive if y'all want to read along. We are on chapter 6. So, psychoportation. Psychoportive sciences. These are the top level powers in the divination of psychoportation. These sciences start with banishment. Initial cost of...
I like banishment.
Initial cost of 30. And an upkeep or a maintenance cost of 10 per round. Can viewers still send recommendations for main topics for future streams? Yes. So in our Discord, we have a submissions, or not a submissions, but we have a topics channel. We have a topics channel, a questions channel, and a submissions channel. Submissions is for homebrews. Questions is for topics or for questions that you want answered on stream. And then we do have a topics channel where you can submit anything you want us to talk about. We have an upcoming one where we're going to talk about the history of multiclassing, including triclassing, because we did have Cosmic send us a topic suggestion for triclassing and why that doesn't really happen as much nowadays. So yeah, absolutely. Please send us any topic ideas. We would love to hear about what you want to hear about, because we can rant all day about anything we want to talk about, but we want to know what you guys want to hear. Also, this class sounds noticed from the name. Yes, dudes. I absolutely love psionics. So, unlike just a really brief overview, unlike other artisans in D&D, this is not magic based. So, the normal magical barriers don't apply, right? Like this is, dispel magic doesn't affect psionics. This is all what we call power of the mind. It is literally think about it as telekinesis. There's telepathy. It's all things that you would think about, but then even more so. And the really awesome part is this stuff it all comes from the mind. So it's a very subtle character. There are no verbal and somatical components. People don't see you doing your work. You could literally be in a bar, sitting in a corner, drinking your drink and fucking with everybody in the room constantly and doing all of this shit. It's one of my favorites for both roleplay and synergistic purposes. It is one of, in my opinion, the best supporting characters that you can make. Not always great for a highlight like main character, but can almost take any role as long as you make the build correctly. So you'll get an idea of this, but definitely if you're interested at all in this, I'd highly suggest the other episodes. It is just several hours. I think we've done 2-3 hours each episode of just reading through the book.
They are heavy. They're pretty thick, but it's good content. It really is.
Yeah, I feel like we're not that dry about it. I don't think we're that dry about it, but that's up to the chat. Okay. Fair. So back to banishment. And then there's probably going to be a lot of things civilized that you may not understand in terms of we covered a lot of this in the first episode, but basically it kind of works off of what you would expect like a mana pool. So you get what we call PSP. It's basically psionic points. So if you hear us talk about PSP, it's the equivalent of a mana pool. It's how many points. So in this particular sense, I said initial cost of 30. That meant 30 power points. So if you have 100, it's going to cost you 30 just to start using this power. And then maintenance cost is 10 per round. So you're going to have to burn 10 PSP per round in order to keep it going. So kind of like concentration, but you don't need concentration. You just need the points value. So those are some terms you might want to catch up with. Other things are... prerequisites. You might have to, this one, prerequisite is teleport. So you have to know the teleport power before you can know this power. And then the way that these powers work, another little brief summary for you, because it's not like magic. So it's not like it happens or it doesn't. These powers are basically, the equivalent of second edition proficiencies. So when you want to activate a power, a couple of things have to happen. First, you have to make a power check. You basically have to make an ability check in order to use it, right? Because it's an ability. It's a mental ability. So you make that check. If you succeed, then you have to pay the cost for it. And then you may have to do additional rolls based off of what the power is. But each power regardless of what it does and what you have to do with it, will always have a initial roll that you have to succeed in order to be able to succeed on it, which is when we get into things when we talk about the critical success, critical failure, when you pass and fail the rolls. That just applies because it's a proficiency check to actually activate these. I think that's pretty much a good summary. I think that kind of covers most of what we're going to talk about. Okay. Let me know if you have any other questions, though. We don't mind a small summary. We just can't do everything. Okay, so back to banishment. We have an initial cost of 30. We have a maintenance cost of 10 per round and a range of 5 yards. You do have to know teleport in order to do this. So with this power, you can teleport a creature against its will to a pocket dimension and hold it there. They must be within 5 yards, so 15 feet. Yeah, 15 feet. And then the pocket dimension is basically featureless in a benign environment. So basically it doesn't have, it may be hot, cold, light, or dark, but it doesn't cause any injury. Basically, it's just a neutral place that the thing will go. So, you can't use it to do any damage.
Okay.
Banishment has a boomerang feature. If the sound assist fails to pay, if you fail to pay the maintenance cost. Oh, that's funny. There's actually a typo in this book.
Oh, yeah?
It says, if the Psionics fails to pay the maintenance cost.
To pay the pay?
To pay the maintenance cost. So basically, if you fail to pay the maintenance cost, the banished creature automatically returns to its original location. So you can banish them, and then they'll just poof right back as soon as you're done paying it.
So they don't reappear in accordance with where you are. They just reappear in accordance with where they left.
Yeah, right where they were, right where their original location was. If you stop maintaining it, they cannot reappear in a location that now contains other matter. So you can't put a block of wood there and then have them reappear and kill them or anything. If it happens, it basically goes to the nearest space available.
Does that include underwater?
Yeah, you could probably make it. You just basically can't use it to. Book basically says Psionics you cannot rely on it to kill or harm the creature. So basically, that's the idea. Now, granted, if it's a fire elemental and somehow there's water there, you might make the argument, but you could still make the argument it's not intended to. So maybe the fire elemental would be above the water, safely.
Right.
But idea is it's not meant to be that part of the spell is meant to be you failed to pay the maintenance cost, so it's back. You can't use that to guarantee you get a benefit.
Basically be an attack or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you're paying the maintenance cost, it will not automatically return. So as long as you're paying, it's gone. If the creature has access to the astral or ethereal plane, or if it can teleport between plane on its own, it could return in its own way. So it has to be able to travel through one of those two planes or teleport back on its own in order to get away from this pocket dimension. Otherwise, it's stuck there.
Okay.
But if the banisher is constantly, but if you're basically the Psionics is maintaining the maintenance cost, you will have to do a psychic contest in order to escape. So if you're maintaining it and they want to teleport themselves out, there is a psychic contest that has to happen. Otherwise, you keep them there.
Now, the question is, do they have to be a psionicist in order to participate in that psionic contest?
No, it's basically just it's like the power score contest. It would just be the power score of the banishment power. So in this particular case, the power score is intelligence -1. So, if your intelligence is 15, you have to roll a 14 or less, but you have to roll higher than they do. So as long as they roll less than you do, and you roll at least under a 14, you win. But if they roll a 16, they would automatically win because you can't roll higher than a 14 in that example. So, all right. So in this particular case, getting your crit success, the banished figure cannot return on its own accord. It must wait until it's allowed to return. So if you crit success on this power, it can't even attempt to leave. It's just there
And
until you
you
decide.
still have to pay the maintenance cost, even if you crit
Yes,
success.
you'll still have to pay the maintenance cost, but it can't. If it has the ability, it won't be able to try. If you crit fail, both the victim and the psionicist are banished to the same place. The other figure bounces back when the psionicist stops paying the maintenance cost, but the psionicist himself must return via some other method: teleportation, probability travel, etc.
So I'm just stuck in this random pocket dimension?
Until you get yourself out in another way. But if you stop paying the maintenance costs, your little partner leaves too.
Interesting. Interesting.
Which means all they have to do is kill you to leave.
Yes. Yes. Interesting. That could be useful.
It could be useful.
Okay.
But again, that's a crit fail. So probably not something you want to do. Okay, probability travel. We just heard this. This is one of those opportunities. This one This one always reminds me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Love it.
Initial cost of 20. Maintenance cost is 8 per hour.
Okay.
I always like to point out, the difference in maintenance cost, because it kind of gives you an idea of what we're dealing with here, right? Per round, per turn, per hour. The range is unlimited, and there's no prerequisites. So with probability travel, you can traverse the astral plane physically, as if in astral form. The power basically has a distinct advantage over magical astral travel. When a wizard uses the astral spell, they form an astral body, which remains connected to their material body by a silvery cord. In contrast, a psionicist using probability travel never leaves their physical form. They bring it along. So one of the things in second edition is when you in the older editions, when you travel in the astral realm, if you're not like a native there or you aren't actually there, when you astral travel, you have the silver cord that binds your body in your astral body. And if that's severed, you die. So that is a contention point. Like if something attacks you in those realms, that is a weakness that they can target. It's not like everybody just has like a delicate string that everyone can see, but there are ways to see it and then target it. So in this particular case, you don't have that limitation. You don't have that weakness because you're physically traversing the astral plane. It's not your astral body.
You're actually freaking there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can never die by the cord being severed. On the other hand, you still can be blown to bits. The book wants you to know you can still be blown to bits.
Still die.
Basically, and I do like this. The astral plane boasts nothing that would attract tourists, but its two-dimensional color pools serve as highways to other planes. These pools scattered randomly throughout the astral plane, providing connections to all surface layers of the outer plane. So basically, it's kind of it's probability travel. It's kind of like you go there and you kind of just have like a corridor of random portals that go to other places.
Okay. Why does it remind me of the Keymaker from the Matrix when he has that little back door and all those different doors leading to crazy places?
Yeah, you just can't control it really. But traveling to the astral train is speedy, 10 yards per minute per intelligence point.
Okay.
And your intelligence is a big factor for being a psionicist. So if you have a high intelligence, you're just zoom, you're going. However, distance on the astral plane does not equate to distance on other planes. After 1d6 plus 6 hours of travel, the traveler reaches the color pool he sought. There is a flat 75% chance that this pool leads to the exact destination the character wants. Otherwise, it's at least 10 miles off target or more.
Interesting. Okay.
So probability travel, as in you have a 75% chance of going exactly where you want to go. However, it will take you a while, and you have a 25% chance of being 10 miles or more away.
Interesting.
Cool concept, though.
Very cool concept. I'm not mad at it.
You can take other persons, as defined by the Charm Person spell, along the probability trip. Each passenger costs 12 extra PSP initially, plus 4 extra per hour, and adds 1/2 hour to the time needed to find the correct color pool. So this is, again, all of these, when it's dealing with time, it's important because it's all about, do you have enough PSP to maintain it through the trip?
Yeah, because that'll get pretty expensive. You better be a high-level psionicist.
Passengers must travel voluntarily. The power cannot drag a character into the astral plane against their will.
Interesting.
Combat on the astral plane is unusual. The traveler's physical body cannot affect astral bodies in any way. However, psionic powers do work against the minds of astral travelers. Most magical items do not work in the astral plane. Magical items which are keyed to a particular plane do function there, often with enhanced effects.
Interesting.
It sounds, yeah. So there's just, certain types of times where it'll either do something great or it'll just make your stuff useless. If you simply turn off this power while in the astral plane, you don't leave. Instead, you're stranded, unable to move except by physically pushing off any solid objects, which are extremely rare in the astral plane. You're also stranded if you run out of PSP or if you're knocked unconscious in the astral plane. The only exit from this plane is a color pool.
So, out of curiosity, you can just rest in there, though, right?
Technically, yes.
And gain PSP back?
Yeah.
And would using this, like initiating this power again, allow you to leave? Because it brought you here?
Yes, because this power is allowing you to traverse the astral plane physically. So yeah, the reactivating this power would allow you, basically, as far as I understand, you reactivating it in the astral plane would give you access again, and then you have to just keep paying the maintenance cost to be able to continue to move. Because what this power is doing is it's getting you there physically and allowing you to move and live there as if you were from there, as if you had an astral body. Because you're not supposed to be there with a physical body. So if you get crit success, the color pool is right where the character wants it to be. And if you crit fail, so there's just no time. You just go there and you're like, I want it to be 5 feet away from me. Boom, there it is. Let's go.
Fire.
And then on a crit fail, the character attracts the attention of an astral creature, which may or may not be hostile at the DM's discretion.
It's respectful.
All right. Summon planar creature. Remember, this is the one that you were like so hyped about. So I hope you're getting hyped.
I'm hearing some very juicy bits. But again, like I said, some of these other ones are kind of hard to beat.
I know it, man. I know it. All right. Summon planar creature. Initial cost 45 or 90. There is no maintenance cost. Range is 200 yards. You do need teleport in order to do this.
One more time. What's the initial cost?
45 or 90.
Or 90. That's a big difference. Okay.
This science allows the psionicist to reach into another plane, grab whatever creature happens to find there, and teleport it to their own plane. The victim will be disoriented for 1 round after arriving. As a result, they suffer a 2-point penalty on die rolls for initiative, attack rolls, and saving throws. A magical weapon, or a magical summons, offers some control over a planar creature and usually returns that creature to its home automatically. This psionic power does neither. It merely teleports something. To be rid of the creature, the psionicist must banish it, teleport it again, kill it, or control it somehow. If the creature is intelligent, the psionicist might reason with it. However, the creature is almost certain to fly into a murderous rage when it discovers its plight. So basically, it comes hostile, and as soon as it has its wherewithal, it comes swinging. And that's it. Once it's here, it's here. Like there's no maintenance cost. It's here.
That's crazy.
You can make it materialize anywhere within 200 yards of yourself. The book comments that this is an advantage since the creature, at least initially, has no idea who summoned it. Its anger is likely to be vented against the first target it finds.
That's very
important.
Good to know.
That's important. It has no idea what summoned it. It just arrives and is like the fuck and just goes out.
That's what I was
Um,
hoping for when it came to that disorientation. I was like, I wonder how easy it'll be for them to know I'm the one.
if your roll is a 2 on your power check, your range is reduced to 50 yards. And if you roll
Okay.
a 1, so a crit fail, it's within 10 yards. Or not, no, that's not a crit. That's not the crit fail. I forget. This one's a little bit different because of the 1 verse 20 value. But basically, yeah, the lower you roll, it's either going to be 50 yards or 10 yards away from you.
Okay.
The Psionicist
Be
can
harder
choose the...
for it to not realize it's you.
Yeah, the Psionicist chooses the plane that the creature will come from, which is awesome. But you do not choose the creature. That is determined at random. The creature from one of the elemental planes usually will be an elemental of that appropriate type. So if you go to an elemental plane, you're probably going to get an elemental.
Okay, but you don't necessarily get to choose which elemental. What now?
Well, it will be of that plane. So if you reach into the fire plane, you're going to get a fire elemental.
Okay, that's
But
what I
if
was
you
thinking.
reach
Okay.
into, like just a different, I'm trying to think of one. If you try, if you reach into like the Fey realm, you'll get a random Fey. But if you reach into an
Okay.
elemental realm, you'll probably get an elemental of that type.
Got it.
A creature from an outer plane will probably be native of that particular plane, but it could also be a visitor or even an adventurer who happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. So you're literally just reaching into another plane and grabbing the first thing you see or feel. So literally you could use this as an opportunity to fuck with another adventurer or another, because again, it's any plane you choose. You can choose the plane you're in. You can literally reach into the prime material plane and pull someone from the very plane you're in, and it could just be a random person. Dude, imagine
dragon.
Someone pulls this off, and then you just randomly finally say like the first person, the first person in the realm to use this on someone in their own plane. That should be like the kickoff to that. That's your BBEG now. Ever since you pulled him out of your like you pulled him out like right before he was supposed to like save his his love, and then he goes back and finds out like his wife died or something in his family. Like, so it's like literally you created the BBEG because of this spell, and he's just now looking for you. That'd be hilarious. So in contrast, the astral or ethereal planes are a cornucopia of creatures frequented by beings of every imaginable description. In any event, the DM decides which creature is summoned, drawing upon the monsters for which the game has stats for. This is where why this book has a couple of options in the back of it. This is kind of pointing to, hey, you can go to the monster manual, but we've given you some examples in the back of the book. It costs 45 PSP to summon a creature from the astral or ethereal plane. If the Psionics is dipping into an inner or outer plane, it is 90 PSP. So it depends on where you're trying to dig into, which will depend on the cost.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, and that's just dependent upon what you have access to in terms of creatures. Because the astral plane, you could literally get almost anything. So it's literally just the DM just decides what he wants. Whereas if you dip into a very specific outer plane, you're more likely to kind of shoehole him into something that he's going to pick.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Crit success, the creature summoned enjoys this sort of thing and won't be angry with the Psionicist.
Yeah.
Can you imagine just like pulling out like a demon or something? He's just like, oh, this should be fun. Hey, I've been bored. Thank you. And then just sits there and just like becomes like a buddy.
Oh my god.
Because remember, it doesn't go anywhere until you banish it or until it can leave itself. So what if you just summon it and it's like, hey, can I join your party? I've been so fucking bored. Oh, dude. How cool would it be? You think they're friendly, right? And then you find out later down the road that you actually summoned them out of prison. They were actually like imprisoned in like a plane that they couldn't survive in.
On that shopping block, about to get executed, like literally, like the guillotine's coming down, and then
poof, gone. This could lead to so many interesting plot hooks. And then a crit fail, the Psionicist attracts the attention of a powerful extraplanar creature without summoning it. So basically, extra planar creature without summoning it. So basically, you try, you fail, but it knows you tried, and it remembers you. Everything comes again. This is one of those things where I love this book, and we talked about this like early on in the episode of like the things that have inspired me. I'm pretty sure reading this book over again, it's these great ideas of how cool these powers are by themselves, and then how great like the crits can be, but how bad the crits can be. And I'm just like, this like it doesn't have that feels bad man feel. It feels like, okay, that's legit. Like I understand that because this isn't magic, these feel right. These feel balanced. It's like that should be the risk, right? If you're gonna pull something randomly out of its home and you fail, it should be like, oh, okay. I got you. You think you could do that to me? Okay. I'll come visit you. You want to see me? I'll come visit you. Like, I like that idea of just like, don't worry. I'll come visit you.
I got you. I'll see you. Legit.
Okay. And now we are finally down to the one that we've all been waiting for. Teleport.
Yes.
Initial cost of 10 plus.
Okay, bet.
Teleport is essential power, and again, this is the one that so far with most of these, this is the prerequisite. It's essential power within this discipline. It allows Psionics to teleport to a familiar spot. The destination must be a place that the character knows and can picture mentally, even if they've never actually been there. So this works with things like clairsentience, scrying, or a really good fucking artist.
What about maps?
I would say no, because it doesn't give you an idea of what you're picturing. Like that tells you an idea graphically or like geographically where you want to go. But if I showed you a map and said, here's a map of 30 miles outside of Vegas, can you imagine that? Whereas if I took you to Vegas and like, hey, can you get to the Strip? Can you imagine what the Strip looks like? You know what I mean? Like you've probably seen enough images. If you've never been in New York, you could probably imagine Times Square. Most people can imagine like how how it forks, how there's the big, buildings, you can get enough of an image in your mind to be like, okay, I could probably make it to Times Square. But if I explained what my town hall looked like in my hometown, in my random state, in my random country, are you going to be able to teleport there? No. But if I give you a picture of it, there's a, you know what I mean? Like if it's a picture of not just a
right
thing.
Next to that tree.
Yeah, and that's my thing. My thing is like it would have to be more than just a picture of an object. It would have to be enough of the surroundings, enough of a idea of I need to be able to picture myself standing there, not just, hey, here's a picture of, my chair. Teleport to my chair. It's like that's not what it is. But if you give me a picture of the room, general idea of where the door is, the window, and give me a general idea of what it looks like, I you know what I mean? Like if you can imagine it, I understand that, but you can't just make it up, right? You have to get a connection to the spot.
It might cover this, but what happens if, say, you're picturing a place you've been to before, but it don't look like that no more?
I say that still works. It still works because it's a familiar place. You know the place. It's more about getting that vibe. You have, and again, that could be an interesting thing where if someone shows you a picture of a place that doesn't exist anymore, that may not work. Like maybe the picture has to still represent because But I think if you have a hometown, like if you have a house that you grew up in, and it's demolished, I would say the power still works because that spot still exists. And your memory of it still exists. Your connection to it still exists.
A meteor came and destroyed an entire town, and like the whole thing's gone. Or
I still say it would work.
Got flooded, and it's completely underwater now.
We'll keep reading because there's still more to specifics. But as far as unless it says anything else, I think the whole idea is it's supposed to make a connection with the spot, right? So. Again, and in reality, in D&D terms, you're not going to get a picture. The idea of you don't have to have been there is, like, the next part that it says here is, for example, a Psionics may still know a location that they've seen through a crystal ball via sight link or by scanning someone else's mind. So you don't have to have been there, but you have to know and have a connection to the spot. So pictures are probably a bad idea, but that's why I'm saying, like, the picture would have to be very good if it's like a 2D painting. But otherwise, anything that kind of links you to the spot is good enough. The Psionicist can still teleport to a place even if it has somehow changed the way he pictures it. Boom. For example, if the room has been rearranged or if it's currently on fire, these changes won't affect the teleport. So yeah, teleport it's a bonding to the spot. Teleport always takes the characters to a fixed location. For example, if the character tries to teleport into a gypsy wagon, which is on the move, they'll arrive at the wagon's location when he last knew it. The wagon itself may be miles away by then. So again, it's location. It's all around location, not thing. Also, if the character was picturing the wagon's interior, he will teleport into the space corresponding to the wagon's interior, which is several feet off the ground. Because the wagon itself is moved, the teleporter will fall when he arrives. Imagine teleporting into a room on the 5th floor of a tower, only to discover the tower has been raised by marauders since you last visited it. So, if it's been flooded, you're now underwater. If a meteor hit it, you're now falling into a crater.
Okay.
That's as far as I think it just answered your questions. Yeah, if you go there and it don't exist, you are going to the exact spot you thought existed. And I do like that it doesn't teleport you to safety. Like if you were on the 5th floor and that building's not there, you're in the air.
Well,
I like
you're
that.
on the 5th floor.
Teleportation is instantaneous. The teleporting character simply ceases to exist in his previous location and springs into being at the other destination. There is a slight audible pop at both ends as air rushes to fill the sudden vacuum or displace as he appears. So there is an audible. It's one of those things where if people know, they'll know. Like other psionicists would know that sound. Restraints do not affect teleportation. A character who is tied up, shackled to a wall, or buried up to his neck can still teleport. Restraints remain behind. You ain't. You're a psionicist, and I'm awake. You are not. That's what I love the psionicist, dude. The psionicist is that character you play that when they get kidnapped, you're smiling the whole time. You're just like. You have this and you're just like shackle. You're like, oh, where am I? Oh no, the shackles are anti-magic. Oh no, poof, you're gone. you just like literally, you're just laughing in the face of people. You're like, what are you gonna do about this, dude? Like, do you like if you have this and that other one that we talked about last stream, the ghost form. Can you imagine you're just like, oh, what restraints do you have? And then you just go ectoplasm form and then you come back and then you reform yourself. Like, oh. That was never going to happen, but by the way, I can also do this, and then just teleport away. It's just dumb, like how awesome playing this character can make you feel sometimes.
That's crazy.
Clothing, on the other hand, does accompany the character who teleports. They may also carry small items in their grasp or wear equipment, such as armor, on their person, not exceeding 1/5 of their own body mass. So it gets a little weird when you want to get specific and you want to get, like... I just look at it as like standard
stuff, or probably not like
it's like your standard thing. I rule it as like a standard wear, right? Like a standard travel wear. So standard gear, minimal armor. I mean, if you're a psionicist who's like, constant in plate armor and you have all of the buffs for it, I could honestly, but like basically your standard gear, what you're wearing, and like a small, like a satchel or less. Like, belt and pouches is fine. You're not going to go with a backpack. That's kind of where I would draw the line. Backpack, chest, anything that's pushing the bounds of what you would, like if you had to travel by foot, no assistance, that's what I would let you teleport with. Now, granted, backpack is like, well, I could do with the backpack, but backpack is a bigger strain on your travel. I'm just thinking what you could carry if you had just on your person, not any additional carriages. So that's how I kind of rule it. Just, makes it easy. Okay. It doesn't make it too specific. I mean, you could use the 1/5 your body mass, but that's just calculations I don't want to do.
Fair enough.
Let's see. If you double the amount of PSP expended, you can carry up to 3 times your body mass or take along 2 other characters on whom you have a firm grasp. So that's not too bad. So you can just pump into more PSP and carry a lot more. So in that particular case, I'd let you carry a chest out. Like that's where having a Psionicist during a dungeon crawl is great, because you use teleport to go to your hideout. You just go, hey guys, fill the chest up, poof, and then poof, I'm back. Okay, let me regain my PSP, fill the chest up, poof, poof. Okay, here's an empty chest, guys. Like you could literally just do that and get all of the gold out of a place with enough PSP. And remember, because they're not spells, all you need is PSP, and you can have batteries. You can have PSP batteries and just pop them bitches and just do this over and over and over. You could basically get a Dragon's Horde out in a relatively, like, in a weekend. You could clear out a Dragon's Horde in a weekend with enough PSP points. I'm just saying. A character can teleport any distance, but as the distance increases, so does the chance of failure and the cost of PSP. Ranges, point costs, and power score modifiers are below. We'll get into that in a second. If the teleportation rolls a 1 or a 2, the character and anyone else with him are momentarily disoriented by the jump. So basically a very low roll. Okay. They can do nothing during the round, which immediately follows the teleportation. After that, they suffer 2-point penalty to the following for 1d6 rounds: initiative rolls, psionic power checks, and attack rolls. So basically, you're just disoriented and you just have disadvantage, or you just have some penalties for things. Makes sense. I totally feel makes perfect sense. And here's how that rolls out. So at 10 yards, initial cost is 20. And then you get a power score modifier of a +1. At 100 yards, it's cost of 20 and no modifier. 1,000 yards, 30, -1. 10 miles.
100 yards is 20 or 10 yards is 20?
10 and 100 yards both cost 20.
Okay.
1,000 yards costs 30 and has a -1 modifier. 10 miles is 40 with a -2. 100 miles is 50 with a -3. 1,000 miles is 60 with a -4.
Okay.
10,000 miles is 70 with a -5.
Okay.
Planet to planet is 100 with a -6.
Okay.
And then players with Spelljammer's box set should note that interplanetary teleports are possible only within the same crystal sphere. It is impossible to teleport between crystal spheres or different planes of existence.
Theoretically, with how your crystal sphere works, would this allow me to teleport to the anomaly?
No. But I would just size this up, because typically planet to planet means within a solar system is the typical concept. So due to the size of High Point, beyond your planetary system, it would basically double per planetary system. So for every planetary system out, you would double it. So initial cost is 100. Oh, so to get out of your planetary system would be 200. To go beyond that planetary system, 400. Like, basically, you're not jumping across High Point with this power. You can get out of a solar system with this power and go very far, but you're not jumping that far. But that doesn't mean that, with 200-300 initial cost, you could jump onto a Spelljammer ship that you know of. Or, not really know of, because you'd have to know the place. But
yes, exactly.
But if you've been on a Spelljammer ship, you can always come home and then go back to the Spelljammer ship, where, as long as it's still where it was. Doesn't move and everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
A crit success, the PSP cost is reduced by 20% rounded up.
Okay.
And there is no crit fail.
That's beautiful.
Again, one thing I like about this build is not everything needs a crit fail or a crit success, right? That's fair. You don't need to kick people when there's a chance that this won't, happen, and you just can't pull it off. It's already bad enough. I wouldn't really want a crit fail on this one.
You still have half. You still use half your PSP on a fail, right?
Yes.
Even though you don't go anywhere? Okay.
Correct. All right. And another good one to follow this up. Teleport Other. Initial cost is 20 or more. Basically, it's identical to the one... It's basically identical to teleport, except it's used to teleport another person. The Psionicist stays where they're at and teleports somebody else. The character must be willing to be teleported or unconscious.
That's good to know. So if I knock a motherfucker
way
out...
different. PSP costs and power score modifiers are the same as teleportation, so what we just went over. In other words, costs, basically, yeah, so same exact modifiers. The further that you want to push them, the more the cost and the harder it's going to be. If you pay twice the usual PSP cost, you can teleport up to 3 characters, provided they are firmly grasping one another.
Okay.
Crit success, the PSP cost is reduced by 20% rounded up, and a crit fail, all would-be teleporters are seriously disoriented. They cannot cast spells and suffer a -4 penalty on all die rolls for 1d4 turns. And they don't go anywhere. So now they're just sitting there disoriented in the same spot they were.
If that was your escape plan and you crit failed, that's bad news bears.
Yeah, that's way bad. All right, so those were all the sciences. Those were all of the major powers for psychoportation.
Okay.
Now we are in the devotions, the lower level powers. Okay. So first one, astral projection. Initial cost of 6 and a maintenance cost of 2 per hour. It is similar to probability travel, except the traveler is not accompanied by their physical body, except this time you're actually astral traveling. You basically have your astral body leap into the astral plane. Only creatures who are also on the astral plane can see this form of yours. So you are now an astral creature. You are connected by your silvery cord to your physical body. So you do have that issue. Nearly all astral travelers have such a cord. It is visible as a translucent string which stretches 10 feet from the astral body and becomes invisible and intangible. If the cord is severed, both bodies die, and so does the character. So you have a 10-foot line out from the center of you at all times that you have to protect.
Okay.
The silvery cord is nearly indestructible. However, it's nearly indestructible, however. Usually, it can be severed only by psychic wind at its most powerful, or by a silver sword of the Githyanki. Since the astral plane is a highway leading to other planes, a character who uses their power usually has another destination in mind, either a distance point on the material plane or another outer plane locale. When they reach the destination, a temporary physical body is formed. The body resembles the character's real body in every way, and the two are still connected by the invisible silvery cord. So basically, you use this travel through the astral plane, and when you get there, you essentially get an illusion of yourself at the destination.
Okay.
If either the astral body or the temporary physical body is killed, the cord returns to the real body. So it's the cord that's the problem, not the body. The body dies, you just wake up. The psychophysical body is not form of the character's travel in another location, the same plane where he is. So if you use astral travel to travel somewhere on the same plane that your physical body is, you won't get an illusionary version of yourself. So if you're on the prime material plane and you use this to travel through the astral realm, and your destination is somewhere else on the prime material plane, you'll still be in your astral form and no one will see you. You have to go somewhere else, and then you get a illusionary physical form. So your physical form can only exist on another plane. What's going on, Big Dungeon Energy? How is the DMing going? Been seeing you've been busy.
Nice to see you back.
Let's see. So
real quick, what's the maintenance cost on astral projection?
It's 6 and it's 2 per hour.
And what would you say would happen to someone who stops paying the maintenance cost?
We'll probably get into that in here in a second, because it'll probably mention that. When you reach your destination, you can view that plane in your astral form, but you cannot affect anything. And you can't use any magic or psionics from your astral form. So wherever you are, you can't use your stuff there. So it's basically just you go there to look around and see what's going on. Magic items can be taken into the astral plane, but most lose their magical properties temporarily while in that plane. So your physical body or your astral form can take a magical item through that travel and then wind up where it needs to go. So kind of like a messenger, you could technically take something.
Okay.
And then there's a whole bunch of more stuff in the Manual of Planes AD&D Handbook about the astral realm. So in this particular case, if you stop paying the maintenance cost, you just return back to your body.
Okay.
You just wake up. And then if you crit success, the first color pool found is precisely where the Psionicist wants it. So similar to previously before, you basically just instantly travel through the astral plane. And if you crit failed, the Psionicist attracts the attention of a powerful creature in the astral plane. So it'll start basically hunting you.
Great.
All right. Ooh, one of my favorites. This is one of my favorites to play around with in so many different ways, especially in combat. Dimension Door. Initial cost of 4.
Ooh, very nice.
And a maintenance cost of 2 per round. And a 50-yard plus range. So, like teleportation, Dimension Door takes a character from one location to another, but the similarities stop there. With Dimension Door, the Psionicist opens a man-sized portal which leads to the edge of another dimension. The edge acts like a lightning-quick transit system carrying the travel from one destination chosen by the Psionicist. So basically, it's planar travel, but you're not going into another plane, traveling, and then coming out. It's just like you're using another plane as a almost an instantaneous crack in the wall to go from one room to the next. So when the Psionicist uses this, you will create a door leading to an alternate dimension. The door is vaguely outlined portal shape. At the same time, an identical portal appears wherever you want it to within range, and there's going to be a range modifiers below. Minimum distance of 50 yards. So you create a portal in front of you, and then a portal within a distance is created, and it's an instantaneous, portal transfer. Let's see here. You can the door can have whatever orientation you choose. If someone, including the Psionicist, steps into either portal, they immediately step out of the other. Both doors remain in place for as long as you pay the maintenance cost. So it is an open portal to anyone. The dimension accessed by this portal is not fully understood. Clearly, it has very different qualities of space and time, such that motion is greatly accelerated. For many years, this transit was thought to be instantaneous, but basically experiments from some NPCs that I won't name because I can't pronounce the names, have proven that there's a very tiny bit of time that does elapse, which means it's still unknown. So it's not instantaneous travel, but for all intents and purposes, it's instantaneous travel.
So, hypothetically speaking, going back to our earlier scenario of being in a dragon's hoard or a dungeon trying to get a bunch of treasure out, but I theoretically, because it does say any orientation, open up a portal underneath a pile of gold and just have it fall somewhere?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can have the other one on a roof, and it would just literally fill up the vault that you have some. Yes, 100%. You can drain a pool. You could literally do that. You could put it somewhere and just have. As far as I understand, we'll see if it says anything otherwise, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But I do like that it's talked about not clearly understood. So I've taken that and played with that a little bit in High Point. So I kind of like to do the whole things because it's not clearly understood. So I like to hypothesize about different things. And one of my favorite hypotheses that I've implemented in High Point, even one that Zenith is actually worried about, because he actually obviously if there's things that are unknown, he worries about it. And this is even unknown to him. This is just one of those things that even he doesn't understand. But he's concerned that this could have something to do almost like an echo, or kind of how we have the cosmic background radiation, like the CMB, the old, you look as far as you can at the universe and it just, it has all that same look.
Yeah.
He's almost kind of, there is a part fear that this dimension is essentially the echo of the Cataclysm. It's essentially the permanent, the eternal echo, because it basically touched everything at all time. Even though we fixed it, it still exists in the time that it existed. Technically, nothing ever stops existing. It's just
all time.
So part of him worries that because of the rip in every dimension, that's what he thinks it might be, is literally so he's actually worried about people using it a little bit, because he also thinks, I get this influence from Doctor Who, but the idea that every time they use it, because time does accelerate, it's every time you use it, you're accelerating that part of time. You're actually letting that time go forward. So there's some that theorize that even using this dimension and tapping into it could actually be catastrophic. But others also believe that it is just, others believe that it is just it's the line in between all of the dimensions, that imperceivable line that technically all the dimensions right before they touch. Even though they overlap and meld into each other, there's technically a line where one begins and one ends. Some believe that that's just what this is. It's literally that line.
So 2 questions real quick. One is, does this technically have the ability to go into a different dimension? And 2, would you say this works with portal physics?
You mean in terms of like momentum?
Into a whole inertia, get launched out the
it
other
keeps your
side.
momentum. It does keep your momentum because you go in and then you instantly come out the other end. So it's just basically in and out. It doesn't change your momentum, but it doesn't go to other planes. It is your plane within 50 yards. It's literally just within you, or within your area. So yeah, can't go anywhere else, but we'll talk about the distance here in a second.
Okay.
So traveling with this can be disorienting. Presumably exposure to the alternative dimension traumatizes the body in some way. As a result, the traveler is dazed and cannot attack or move for 1 round after stepping through a dimensional skip portal. Quick transit is advisable. People who shove only an arm through a portal suffer intense pain. Fools who poke their head through a portal must make a system shock roll. Failure means they lose 50% of their current hit points and pass out. So this is not something that you just do lightly. And again, I love the idea that what is this? What is this realm that we're tapping into that does this to people? So it is fun to theorize and just like come up with like, have different theories in High Point that depending on who you talk to, they'll tell you different things. I like coming up with stuff like that because it's a way for me to play with different ideas.
Would you say this would work if somebody stuck their arm through and then I turned it off? Would their arm be gone?
Let's see if it says anything, but I would think yes. I think that if you're not fully through it, if it's causing you that much pain, I would say, yeah, it could lop something off. Inanimate objects are not affected by the exposure to the dimension. In fact, a character can throw or fire objects through a portal and they'll come out the other side. Attackers suffer a -4 penalty on their to hit rolls against targets on the other side of the dimension's edge. I assume that's probably just because you don't really like see through the portal, so you're kind of just you're kind of winging it. The range. So the normal range of this power, the maximum distance between the 2 portals is 50 yards. The distance can be extended only with severe reductions to the power score, as shown below. Increasing the range does not increase PSP cost. So 50 yards, no modifier. So 50 yards is your Constitution -1. At 75 yards, it's your Constitution -3. For 100 yards, it's your Constitution -6. At 150, it's a Constitution -9. And for 200 yards, it's -13.
Good gravy.
If you crit success, transit does not cause disorientation. If you crit fail, the Psionicist is momentarily exposed to the transit dimension and is disoriented as if you stepped through the portal.
Oh.
So basically, just by creating the portal, you instantly get dazed. And then Not too bad, though. Not too bad. I also like the theory that this is also, because it's dimension door, so it's like, is this a psionic dimension? Is this like the dimension of this? So some have, I've thrown out that theory that some have theorized that it's the dimension of the psionic power, because it's not magic, right? But people theorize, well, what is it though? What do you all tap into if multiple psionics can exist? So some have theorized it is just a different magic, and so you could also say that this dimension is the dimension of psionic power, which is why it hurts. So it's always been interesting, this concept to me, that they have this realm that they've literally just painted. But hey, have fun figuring it out, because we don't know. It's just shit exists and we don't know about it.
So, a couple questions. The 50 yards, is that 50 yards from the caster?
Yes. No, between the 2 portals. Okay. The dimension door... So the door that you want, your door appears in front of you, and then within 50 yards of that door, you make the other door appear.
Is there a limit to how far in front of me? Like, say if
Within 10 feet. I mean, because it's basically you just basically can do it in front of you so you can step through it. I would say with outside of 10 feet, you're pushing it because the whole point is you're supposed to be able to walk through it. Like your idea is do it and then walk through. So it's probably within 5 feet because most likely 5 feet is what it's intending because it's in front of you. So it would be within non-moving distance, which would be your 5 foot square. So I would say realistically.
I asked that because we talked already about orientation, and I want to put it underneath a pile of gold. Well, if I want to do that to an enemy, and I want to
they would have to basically be like
do they have to be within melee range for me to put it underneath their feet is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that at least, yeah.
Okay. That's a very fair assessment too, because it's like I'm not meant to be like casting this on some dude across the room, but I mean,
yeah, because it's meant to be the door for you. So, like I would say, I might be able to like accept narratively 10 feet if you're like, you're walking up to a stone wall and you're like, I'm leaving, and then you like storm off and then you cast it to like do a dramatic thing. Like it's one thing to do it like that. But if you're like trying to combatively do it, I imagine that this is technically within your 5 foot square because you don't take up the full 5 feet. So I really technically imagine it's not even within 5 feet; it's within your 5 feet. So maybe I would probably rule that within melee range is usable, but I think that's pushing it. You know what I mean? Like I know that's pushing it, but I would allow it because I still think it's fucking cool to do that. Like I just think that's a fucking cool concept. All right, and then
you're on this floor. Now you're on the floor above.
Yeah. All right. So Dimension Walk is next. All right. Dimension Walk. God, we got to plow through some of these faster. I got to stop reading so much. All right. Dimension Walk, cost of 8, and it is a maintenance of 4 per turn. So this one you can travel from place to place. In your own dimension by piercing another dimension at right angles. This has 2 advantages over Dimension Door. 1, a Dimension Walk is not physically traumatizing. And 2, the range of travel is greater. On the other hand, Dimension Door or Dimension Walk only allows the Psionicist himself to travel, and you can easily get lost. The Dimension Walker opens up a vaguely shimmering portal. Only the Psionicist who opened the portal can enter it. So basically, this is just all on you. As soon as you do, the portal will close, and you will find yourself in an inky grayness that is virtually without features, and the effect is extremely... basically, you have like extreme sensory deprivation. So there is nothing here. It is like a house of mirrors made of fog. Almost.
Oh, okay.
Like there's just nothing. It's just like you're just going through, like I say house of mirrors, like the idea of like corridors that you can't quite navigate, but not mirrors, but just like almost like a wispy fog. So here's the fun part about it. So you can travel through this gray realm at a speed of 7 leagues or 21 miles per turn. You cannot see where you are or where you're going. You only have the instinct to guide you, and you must make a wisdom check every turn. If your checks succeed, you'll find yourself where you want to go. If a single wisdom check fails, the character will stray off course by several miles. When the walker steps out of the realm, you will basically know where you are within a distance from your starting point. So basically, if you walked for 10 miles, you must be within 21 miles of your origin. It's lined up to the Psionicist to figure out their location after the fact. Their power doesn't help them gain bearings at all. So basically, you can use this to travel a certain distance, but after the fact, you have to figure out where you are to see if you did it successfully. So it's kind of just blind shooting. You're traveling by instinct, and you have to just hope that you make it to your destination.
And the instinct is just the wisdom check.
Yeah. So it's you're literally blind walking and hoping that you get there. So aside from getting lost, dimension walking is completely safe. So nothing's going to happen to you other than getting lost. And getting lost will only get you off course. Apparently, anything that lives in other dimensions crossed cannot interact with dimensional travelers. The same person that figured out the other dimension door issue, the same character, they postulate that these other dimensions teem with life just as much as their own, but because the traveler is crossing them against the grain, they don't basically register. So essentially, because you're traveling wrongfully through the dimension, you actually don't see what lives there. So again, another dimension that we don't know anything about, but we can travel through. I also like this because this really calls to the Dresden Files, the what they call the way that they can navigate through the Never Never. Very similar. That's kind of what gives me vibes on this one.
Interesting.
You can bring along as much as you can carry, but bags of holding and other dimensional storages spill their contents immediately if taken into this space. So only carry what you can actually carry.
In that space, or
Yes.
before you get into the space?
No, immediately in the space. If you immediately walk in, they're just dispersed in that space. So don't do it. Don't do it. It's not good. If you crit succeed, the Psionics receives a +2 bonus when making your wisdom checks. So make it easier. And if you crit fail, overcome with vertigo, you can do nothing but basically vomit for 3 rounds.
So, out of curiosity, is your wisdom check, does that have nothing to do with your psionic checks? It's not like another psionic check using your wisdom modifier. It's
just a wisdom check. Yeah, it's just
Okay.
a wisdom check to just intuition. Are you following the correct path? Just a flat wisdom check.
I'm curious if there's any other psionics that can help with that.
We'll probably do those in meta psionics. Probably in meta psionics.
Okay.
All right. So this next one is also a really fun one. Dream travel. Initial cost is 1 per 25 miles, and there is no maintenance cost. The range is 500 miles. This is a very powerful but unreliable power. This power is unreliable way from getting from place to place. The traveler journeys in his dreams and awakens wherever his nocturnal wandering carried him. They can even take other characters with them, although this is more difficult when traveling along. So basically, you're literally traveling through dreams to travel to somewhere else. To use dream travel, you must be asleep. Once asleep, you begin fashioning a dream that involves traveling from your present location to an intended destination. At the beginning of the journey, the DM secretly makes a power check for the character. If the character succeeds, you'll get to your destination. If you fail, the character will fall short 10% for each point the die roll exceeded your power check.
Okay.
If the DM wants, the power check is all that's required. What's up?
I see you get closer, but not there.
Yeah. If you want, or if the DM wants, the power check. So if the DM chooses, you can just make the power checks and that's it. But if you want a more roleplay based, you can basically have the player describe the setting, describe your intentions, and then the DM can use that to kind of craft a little bit more interaction, or you can just kind of just use it as an instant teleportation. So opportunity to make more plot devices, more role play opportunities.
You turn into a whole session and have stuff happen in there and whatever else.
Yeah, making obstacles that the character would have to overcome, like in a dream, make puzzles. Basically encouraging them. It's not just instant teleportation. You can use this to do stuff. DM should remember that this is a dream. Terrain on the journey may not resemble actual terrain. The character may not be may be completely different. The world may be completely strange. So it's, again, you can change anything you want. You know what I mean? The character says that they're running, you you're running, but you're running in place because you're 3 feet off the ground. Do that dream that we've all had where you can't run fast. So you could really mess with it. The length of the dream and journey should be approximately the same as the real distance. So the final destination should be at least similar to the real destination. It suggests minimizing combat and maximizing problem-solving puzzles and making a surreal atmosphere. If combat does occur, don't let the character get physically hurt. But if they do die, just have them wake up right where they started. All journeys take approximately 8 hours, successful or not. So it will take your whole night of rest. And then there are options to take passengers.
Do you still get rest?
Yeah, you would still rest.
Gonna... Okay.
Yeah. You would still rest. It's just because you are dreaming. You're technically dreaming. So you can bring other characters along. Your power score is reduced by 1 for each passenger you carry. The passengers must also be asleep. A single power check launches everyone into the dream journey. If a check fails, you can still attempt the dream journey but fall short of their target. You must pay the PSP cost of the trip individually for each character accompanying the dream. So just racking up your PSP cost. Intelligent animals can also be drawn into the dream, but normal animals like horses, dogs, falcons are difficult to bring along. So you have to be, some sort of animal of intelligence. You must make separate power checks to draw each animal. The power score is halved, rounded down, so animals are a little bit easier to bring out.
Okay.
The power score is halved, rounded down.
Oh, so that's harder.
Yeah, harder for those. When the dream travelers reach their destination, they awaken in the place where they lay sleeping. Their bodies and any equipment they carried or worn fades away. At the time, they fade into being at their new location, still sleeping posture, but fully awake.
So is that saying they do or don't keep their gear?
Yeah. So basically, where you were sleeping, you fade away and then you will appear in the location when you're waking up. So the stuff you were wearing, all of that will just basically disappear from where you were.
Interesting. Okay. It's a really, really good way to get away if you're being tracked.
Right. It's a fantastic. If you get kidnapped or something, or whatever, thrown in a jail cell, everyone go to sleep. I got this. You know what I mean? Like you could just bounce.
Yeah.
A crit success, no additional effects. A crit failure, the dream is nightmarish. The psionicist must save his paralyzation or appear dead until violently struck.
Wake the up.
So basically, to your psionicist with this power, you have to tell all your buddies, hey, by the way, if we ever go to bed and you wake up and you think I'm dead, slap me first. Don't just bury me. You slap me if you think I'm dead.
Great.
All right. Teleport trigger. No initial cost, but it does cost 2 per hour. Teleport trigger is a programmed event which causes the psionicist to instantaneously and reflexively teleport to a safe location. After making a successful power check, the psionicist must specify where they intend to go. They must also define very specifically what conditions will trigger this teleportation. So there's no initial cost, but you make your check and then you say, this is where I'm going to go. And this is exactly the situation that has to happen for me to go there. Then as long as you're paying 2 per hour, any point that happens, you will be teleported. As long as you're paying that 2 per hour, that trigger will happen. So you define it all upon casting, and then that trigger is going to happen.
How specific do you have to be?
You must specify where you intend to go. You must also define very specifically what conditions will trigger the teleport. These can be anything they want, but the teleport will not be triggered unless he is aware that the conditions have been met. A volcanic eruption 500 miles away will not trigger teleportation unless the character has some way of knowing that it is erupting. So, for example, here are 3 teleport triggers the book suggests. Being reduced to 10 or fewer hit points. Seeing a mind flare. Being attacked by magic missile. When the predetermined conditions are fulfilled, the character instantaneously teleports to the programmed location. When the teleport is triggered, the character must have enough PSP remaining to teleport to that location because they pay the cost. He pays the cost just as if he were performing the teleport spell. So you are using teleport. This is just the trigger. So this is a whole different power, but it's the trigger to the other spell you won't have to have ready. But you'll still have to have the PSP for that. You must also make and you must also make the teleport power check. With penalties based on the distance traveled. So same thing. This is basically just allowing you to do it without, having or premeditatedly doing it. If your power check on the teleport fails, so does this power.
This would technically allow you to cast more than one power in a turn, right? Because say if I'd already cast a power this turn and I was keeping my maintenance
Yeah,
on.
technically this would
Or-
override the 1 power per turn, but that's because this
okay.
is triggered, so it's kind of already. It's more like you just put that PSP on reserve, even though you can still
Yeah.
use it up. But but yeah, you can technically trigger more than 1 power.
Okay.
No PSP is spent when the trigger is defined, but the character spends 2 points per hour for the time just to keep the trigger going. So it's 2 points per hour just to maintain it. The trigger maintains in effect until the character stops paying the maintenance cost. Crit success, the character can ignore the power score penalties for distance, and there is no crit failure.
Very nice. Very nice.
So I have brought this one up multiple times. This next one, this is the one that I've brought up multiple times. This is one of my favorites. This is, again, just one of those ones that's so cool. Because remember, we were talking about every time we talk about like the powers to like to do like go in time or to teleport or anything, we were talking about with Cosmic about like other teleportation things the other stream, and I said that there's this one that you're able to like basically take yourself out of combat. You're actually like going through time, but you're like, for all intents and purposes, you're out of combat for like 3 rounds, and then you just appear back in combat, but you've been aware of what's going on, kind of thing. This is it. This is the one that I've been mentioning. So it's called Time Shift, and it costs 16. Excuse me. So Time Shift allows the Psionicist to travel up to 3 rounds into the future and observe things until time catches up with him. Excuse me. I love that mute button.
Right.
He sees everything frozen around him, just as it would be just as it will be that moment in the future when that moment in the future actually exists. So the Psionicist enters a different reality when they use the power. No one in the still life that surrounds him can see or detect him in any way. So he just, for all intents and purposes, he disappears.
Got it.
He can move freely through the environment, putting himself wherever he wants to be when he returns to normal time. So basically, how it looks gameplay-wise is you cast this as a Psionicist, you disappear out of combat, right? The rest of the combat's going to go on for 3 more rounds. You're just gone. At the end of 3 rounds, you're going to decide where you have walked to in those 3 rounds, and that's where you're going to appear. So you can kind of just basically observe everything, and because again, from your point of view, you went into the future 3 rounds. You didn't watch everything conspire. You just went into the 3 rounds and are like, hey, now I'm here.
It did kind of make it sound like you do get to see what happens, but at the same time, and also you just teleport to the future. So
yeah, so you're not watching all 3 rounds. You've gone into the future, and all you see is right before time starts again. You just see a snapshot. So
basically,
you have to forget the next 3 rounds, right? When you cast this, you basically walk out of the room.
It kind of feels like you have to, when you cast this power, I basically cease to exist, but I teleport into the future, and then I just see a frozen scene that is 3 rounds in the future, and I get to choose where I want time to start again.
Well, right? Where you are when time starts again. Correct. That's exactly, you said it way better than I did.
Interesting.
But you cannot affect anything around you, nor can that affect you. Even time-shifted characters who are completely invisible to each other. So you can't even see other people in that. You're not like going to somewhere special. The people in real time, the characters simply vanish and reappear sometime later. The character does not exist for any normal game purposes during this period when the time shifted. So, for example, the fireball spell detonates in the room while the character is time shifted. The character is completely protected because you are not there. You're in the future. In fact, unless the blast leaves the visible effects, charred walls, or corpses, the character won't even know what happened. You would see nothing after the fireball went off. So unless it literally did something, you wouldn't even know what happened. You only see what conspired at the end of the 3 rounds. So you might just come back and people just might have a head chopped off. People just might be headless. You don't even know who did it. Someone might just be headless. So this power cannot help the character escape contact, however. If someone has established contact with the time shifter and continues paying the maintenance cost, then the tangent or the contact will stay in effect. So you can't like use this to break anything.
Right.
It does offer the obvious advantage in combat. They can leap 1 round into the future and maneuver into position for an attack. In that case, the shifter receives a +4 to their attack roll. With enough time, you could even escape. So again, up to 3 rounds, right? So you choose how many rounds you're going to go into the future, and then you just kind of decide what's the biggest advantage to be here.
Okay.
How long does it last? If the Psionicist travels 1 round forward, then he has 1 round in which to maneuver. If it travels 2 rounds, 3 rounds, basically you have that much time of movement. So 3 rounds is the limit. So there is you can technically go further, but there is it looks like there's you can't go further than the 3 rounds because the penalties are massive. So if you want to shift 1 round, your PSP cost is 3, and your power score modifier is nothing. So no power score.
Okay.
Well, no, the initial cost is 16. This is Psionic Strength cost. What is the Psionic Strength cost?
Strength cost.
Oh, so it's additional. So you have the initial cost of 16 just to use the power, but then it's how much more PSP per round. So it's 3 PSP additional for 1 round. If you want to go 2 rounds in the future, it's an additional 6. And if you want to go 3 rounds, it's an additional 12. But if you want to go 2 rounds in the future, your power modifier is -2. And if you want to go 3 rounds into the future, it's a -6. So it takes a bit. There is no crit success, but if you crit fail, you are disoriented and suffer a -2 penalty on all die rolls for as many rounds as you intended to shift. That's kind of rough.
Oh,
that's kind of rough.
That is rough.
Yeah. So that one's that's the one that I mentioned before. That one was kind of interesting. What's going on, Hizbor? How you doing? All right, moving on to the next one, Time Space Anchor. We've also talked about this one. Initial cost of 5, maintenance cost is 1 per round. Basically, this is a way to protect yourself from unwanted teleportations. So Time Space Anchor is when it's in effect, you cannot be teleported against your will unless you lose a psychic contest. So you are literally stuck in time and space. Nothing can move you at all. You don't change weight, you are bound to the very fabric of that location. Anyone and anything else inside of a 3-yard radius is also protected using this power if you want. So you have a 3-yard bubble, 3-yard radius bubble, so 6-yard bubble that you and your buddies can't be teleported.
Does it have to be my buddies?
Anyone and anything else inside the 3-yard radius is also protected, so it's anything. There's no choice.
So does that mean that I can stop somebody from trying to teleport away?
Yes. Or no, it's unwanted teleportation. They can still teleport themselves.
Okay.
So items are protected automatically, but living creatures or characters are protected only if the Psionicist wants them to be. So no, you choose who's protected in your bubble. Each additional creature costs another PSP per round, so it's 1 per round, and then it's just 1 for every creature that you want to maintain. This power cannot prevent someone from teleporting themselves away. It only prevents teleportation from an outside source. A crit success, you receive a +2 bonus on your psychic contest. If you crit success, you get it. But
so, quick question. Theoretically, say there is a psionicist that is trying to teleport their buddy away, and I don't want them to teleport their buddy away. And so I drop this time-space anchor, and their buddy is within that area. And like, I want to choose you. It's
kind of contradicted because the idea is unwanted teleportation, but it's not unwanted from the target, it's unwanted from you. So it only prevents teleportation from an outside source. So yes, it would prevent, if you said the enemy is now protected, it would protect him against your unwanted teleportation of his buddy. Yes, you can stop someone from being teleported away.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
If you crit fail, the Psionicist is rooted in the spot for 1d6 rounds. During that time, his AC is penalized 5 points. So you become a pinata.
You're not only stuck, you're stuck.
Yeah. All right, so that was psychoportation. That was all of that chapter. That took us almost 2 hours. Jesus, this stuff is a lot. We are gonna finish this book tonight. All right, telepathy is next. This one shouldn't be that difficult. We should be able to get through this one a little bit faster. So with telepathy, we are gonna start with the sciences, and starting off strong with domination. Initial cost is contact. So there is no initial PSP cost, but you have to make contact first. There is a variable maintenance cost. So with domination, you can project signals from your own mind into the mind of another. Basically, this is like takeover. As a result, you can force them to do nearly anything. The dominated subject knows what is happening, but they can't resist your will. Commands are given mentally and automatically. Their abilities are neither diminished nor enhanced, so you can't make them do anything they normally couldn't. The subject can be forced to use any of their powers or abilities they normally would be able to, assuming that the Psionics Assassin knows about them. So you can't make them do something. You can't just be like, oh, cast your biggest spell. You have to know what they can cast. Domination does not reveal facts or secrets about the victim. So you'd have to use things like ESP or, or mind reading in order to know what they know.
Okay.
As soon as the domination is attempted, the victim makes a saving throw versus spell. If it succeeds, the victim is not dominated. If it fails, they fall under your control. However, if they're later forced to do something basically against their alignment, they can make another saving throw to get their free will back.
Oh, okay.
Domination can exact a high price, though. The cost to establish and maintain this power equals twice the cost to contact the victim.
Isn't contact not very expensive, or?
Contact is not, but that's why. Let's see. So with contact,
it was like contact 2 to contact them, then it'd be 4 to contact and maintain. Oh, your maintenance cost is the same as the casting cost, which is twice the.
Yeah.
That's a high maintenance cost. I'll say that. Especially for however
control
long you
should
want
be
to pay
here.
for it.
Control should be one of the
contact.
Or contact, yeah. So contact. Contact is equal to. The initial cost of contact is based on the target's level or hit die. So it's 3 PSP per round for 1 to 5, 8 for 6 to 10, 13 for 11 to 15, and 18 for 16 to 20. So if they're a 16th or 20th to 20th level, you're paying 18 times 2 just to dominate. So yeah, it stacks up a lot.
So it's truly only on the weak-minded.
Really best on the weak-minded. Crit success, the maintenance cost is halved, so it's only the equal to contact, which is nice. And if you crit fail, the victim knows that someone attempted to dominate them.
To know.
All right. So, next one, ejection. Ejection is the final defense against unwanted contact. If the Psionicist is forced into contact with another mind, or they've been granted contact and is now doing something they shouldn't, you can use this to basically eject the mind. The cost of ejection is twice the opponent's contact power score, even if the contact was established through combat. Ejection is risky for the user. If the power check result is 8 or less, consult the table below to see what side effects happen. So if you roll an 8 or less on the ejection roll, oh wow, okay. So each of these are when you try to eject someone and you do your power score, 1 through 8. This is what happens. If you roll a 1, you lose access to all sciences for 1d10 hours. If you roll a 2, lose access to 1 discipline selected by the DM for 1d10 hours. Roll a 3, lose 1d10 plus 10 additional PSP. 4, lose 1d10 PSP. 5, lose 1 point of Constitution permanently. 6, lose 1d10 hit points. 7, serve or sever only one portion of contact. One successful attack reestablishes it. And if you roll an 8, sever only two portions of contact. Two successful attacks reestablish it. So don't roll low when you're trying to eject someone. If you crit succeed, roll 1d6 on the table above. The result applies to the ejected being. So if you crit succeed ejecting them, you can apply one of those things to them.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
And if you crit fail, ejection fails, but the sound assist still makes a d6 roll on the table above.
Okay,
so you still fail, but you still get one of these.
So that table, that 8 or below table, is that 8 or below on a d20?
Yeah, that's your power score. So when you try to eject someone and you roll your power score, if you roll 1 to 8, something that's one of those bad things happen.
So instead of having a 1 or a 2 being the negative, it's a 1 through 8 is your negative?
Yeah.
That's cray.
It's very scary to eject somebody. You'll like this next one. Fate Link. Initial cost is Fate Link. Initial cost is contact. Maintenance cost is 5 per turn. This power enables the telepath to intertwine their fate with another creature. If either experiences pain, they both feel pain. When one loses hit points, they both lose the same amount. If either dies, the other must immediately make a saving throw versus death to avoid dying. This is basically the Captain Ginyu force, where he switches bodies right before he kills somebody. So you could do that. Just right at your 1 hit point and be like, all right, Fate Link. You want to hurt me? You want to hit me one more time, buddy? Come on. 1 more point of damage. Let's do it.
That's interesting. So you could do that when they have full hit points and you only have 1, and you'll still have the same effect.
Yep. Or let's say they have very low hit points, but they have a barrier. You Fate Link, so you can't physically hit them. Let's say you have 100 hit points and you know they only have 10, like it's a wizard with like a glass cannon, right? So you're like, huh, you have only 10 hit points and you're behind this barrier that I can't hurt you behind. But if I Fate Link you and do 10 points of damage to myself, you'll die, but so will I. But you know what I mean? Like, you could basically put them down to hit points to do that. But yeah, crit success.
It would be damaging to have to not break their concentration on whatever's keeping them behind that barrier.
Right. So the range normally is 2 miles. However, if you crit success, the range is unlimited.
Beautiful.
So you just connect right to. I mean, you have to make contact, but you make contact with the BBEG and then do this, and then you're having a negotiation. If you crit fail, social regression, the psionicist loses 1d6 points of charisma for a day.
Wow.
Okay, so here's another good one. Mass domination. Basically, it's identical to domination, except you can control up to 5 creatures simultaneously. Each one must be you must have made contact with each one individually, and you must dominate each individually. So the maintenance cost, twice the victim's level or hit dice, must be paid for each dominated figure. So if you take this, you just get to keep stacking up to 5 creatures with domination.
Okay.
But unlike the other one where it's like, you can just cast dominate on a creature, like you can basically use the other two, be like, okay, I'm going to contact you, dominate you, contact you, dominate you. You can do that as many times as you want. This lets you basically say, you 5, contact, dominate in 1 round. You still spend it all, but you're doing it all at once.
Got it. Okay.
Crit succeed, the range is extended to 100 yards instead of 40. Crit fail, the intended targets are aware of the psionicist's efforts. Next one, Mind Link. Mind Link allows you to communicate wordlessly with an intelligence creature you have contacted, intelligence 5 or greater on a human scale. This is two-way communication. This is not the same as mind reading because the psionicist only receives thoughts which the other party wants to send. Right, mind reading is the psionicist gets to see whatever they want. This one is only what they want to send each other, right? So this is only intentional. Language is not a barrier. Distance affects the telepath's ability to make contact, but otherwise there's no other effect to distance. If you crit success, the mind link allows one probing question. And if you crit fail, the psionicist must save versus petrification or be stunned for 1d4 rounds.
Okay. Is this similar to what Alo and Safia have with each other?
Yeah, you basically, you had the natural contact, which is basically permanent contact, permanent mind link, but she also has permanent mind read on you, is why she can, basically it's why she can close the door, but you can't.
Got it. Okay.
Mind wipe is our next one. This is a crude psychic surgery. It's basically a crude form of psychic surgery, which allows which affects the subject's IQ. It's kind of like a temporary lobotomy. The telepath systematically seals off portions of the subject's mind, making whatever knowledge was contained there inaccessible. When a mind wipe is attempted, the victim must save or spell. If they succeed, the mind wipe is thwarted for 1 round, but the next round the psionicist can try again. Each round of mind wiping has 2 important immediate effects. First, it reduces the victim's intelligence and wisdom scores by 1. Second, it reduces their experience level or hit die by 1.
Crazy.
This reduction has considerable impact. All characters may lose languages or proficiencies and their magical defenses. Experience levels and a hit die loses the effects everything except for hit points. The victim keeps all of their hit points regardless of what's wiped. Intelligence and wisdom loses effect. They'll affect wizards and clerics. Basically, while they're lost, it's as if they lost them permanently. So it is essentially they are, while this is active going, you've permanently changed their characters. Clerics will lose bonus spells. Their chance to spell fail rises. They eventually cannot cast spells if you keep adding it. Wizards can suffer loss of their maximum spell level. They can even be reduced in learning spells. When the number of available spells drops, the character must make an ability check before casting a spell of that level. So basically, just you're making it harder for them to cast the spells they already know. So it only seals off information, it doesn't erase it. So all of the characters' lost wisdom, intelligence, and experience levels can be restored through psychic surgery. So this isn't just like it just happens temporarily. You do this to somebody after you've made contact with them.
So I don't have to maintain there's no maintenance cost for this ability. It's just you do this to them.
So there is a maintenance cost. So you have to make contact that's 8 per round. So basically the idea is you make contact with somebody and you try to, and then you have a maintenance cost of 8 per round. Every round you two basically have that save versus spell conflict. And every time you win, it seems like you knock them down. Each round, each round of mind wiping has two parts. So every round you're mind wiping somebody, and every time they fail their save versus spell, you are knocking them down in intelligence and wisdom and in experience every round.
So
and then once you basically break it, they would have to have psychic surgery to have it back.
I'm thinking a little bit more, I don't want to say role play wise necessarily, but kind of. If I'm trying to wall up a specific part of their memory, a specific part of their mind, I don't need them to lose a whole bunch of points. That's not my goal. My goal is for them to forget that they saw my face, forget what my name is, forget that I told them something. Would that just take me the 1 round, or do I have to do a bunch of rounds for that?
Well, that would be more like psychic surgery. This is very crude. This is a very crude form of psychic surgery. So this only does this effect. Psychic surgery would be something that you would want that would give you much more fine-tuned control. This isn't controllable. This isn't designed for you to say, hey, forget my face. This is literally just designed for you to take away their livelihood, essentially.
Got you. Okay.
All right. So now we have probe. This one gets into more of the actual more of the narrative roleplay stuff. So with this one, it is similar to ESP, a telepathic devotion. But probe allows the psionicist to dig much deeper into their subconscious. When they fail a saving throw versus spell, you will get all memories and knowledge that are accessible to you, from memories deep below the surface to the ones fresh in their mind. The information gained is not necessarily true, but it is true as far as the subject knows it to be true. The telepath can learn the answer to one question per round. The DM has some discretion on determining it at this rate. If the questions or answers become too complicated, each one may take longer than a round to answer. They can probe a subject who is conscious as well as one who resists. The probe can be carried out in the midst of melee, provided the telepath can get close enough. If a probed wizard or cleric tries casting a spell, the telepath knows both what spell is being cast and what the general effect of the spell is going to be. If you crit success, 2 questions can be asked per round. If you crit fail, the subject knows about the probe and is not pleased.
All right.
So this is where you get that, this is where you start to actually get like information, start to really like dive into stuff like that. Psychic Crush. All right, this is going to be one of your psychic attacks to establish contact with another mind, mainly another psionic mind. It's basically a massive assault upon all neurons of the brain, attempting to destroy it by all massive overload. So you're basically just kind of like sending a burst signal through their mind. If it's used against any mind that psionicist has contacted, the victim must save versus paralyzation. Failure costs the target 1d8 hit points. That's if you've already made contact. Otherwise, it's just designed to make contact.
And you know how you normally have to make 3 points of contact? Will this make all of them all at once?
No, this one will just this one one will still follow. This is just one of the attacks. So one success won't get you contact.
Okay.
And then if you crit success, the save automatically fails. So you'll automatically get your 1 point of contact. And if you crit fail, the victim is immune to further crushes by this psionicist for 24 hours. So hopefully you'll have to change up your psychic attacks. Superior invisibility. Superior invisibility is like invisibility, but it makes the character completely. But a massive character completely. So it does require contact. So this is against individuals that you've contacted. So it's the maintenance cost is 5 per round per creature. So the psionicist can make no sound, has no smell, though he can still be felt if he's touched. If he attacks someone physically, he can automatically break contact. He automatically breaks contact with the character. So basically, this is you make contact with one or more people, and to them, you do not exist anymore unless they touch you.
Now, do I have to pay the maintenance cost for each person, or do I just have to pay the maintenance cost and then
it's 5 per round per creature?
Okay.
So yeah, so you'll make contact with however many you made contact with, and then for each one, it's 5 per round.
Okay.
Switch personality. Sounds cool. Contact plus 30 points is the initial cost. So basically, they can literally put themselves into another person's shoes. They allow them to switch minds with someone else's. In effect, they exchange bodies. The other person's mind inhabits the psionicist's, while the psionicist inhabits theirs. The switch is permanent and lasts until the psionicist uses his power to reverse it. So there's no maintenance. This just happens.
Wait. The psionicist uses his power to reverse it. So now there's a new person being the psionicist. So there's a new person deciding whether they're going to reverse it or not.
No, the psionicist doesn't stay with the body. It's just a body swap. But you're still the psionicist. It's not that your psionicist doesn't stick with your body. You're the psionicist.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
So it's literally just a body swap. The switch is permanent. Each character gains the other's physical attributes. However, both minds retain all of their knowledge and knowledge-based abilities. So a telepath who switches with a 10th level fighter gains a body of a 10th level fighter with the hit points and physical attributes, all of their stats. But they have their own THAC0 proficiencies and so forth. So you'll get racial bonuses, things like that, but you won't know how to swing a sword. You're still just a psionicist. They get your meek, tiny body, but they still know how to pick up a great sword. But you would get the tiefling benefits of fire resistance, and they wouldn't.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
The switch takes a turn to complete, and the process is quite traumatic. At the end of the turn, both characters must make a system shock using their new constitution scores. A character who fails their roll lapses into a coma for 1 to 100 hours. Bodies that have undergone a personality switch tend to degenerate. Both characters must make Constitution ability checks every day. If a check fails, the character loses 1 point of Constitution. If his Constitution drops to 0, he dies. The Constitution loss is temporary.
Permanent?
The Constitution loss is temporary, but it does not reverse itself until the personalities are restored to their proper bodies. At that point, both bodies recover 1 point of Constitution per day. If Psionicist does not lose his psionic powers, the Psionicist does not lose their psionic powers if their Constitution drops below 11. However, a power score is based on Constitution, like this power score is. The score will drop accordingly. So that way, it can't be impossible to reactivate the power. Crit success, the system shock rolls automatically succeed, and the Constitution checks are made only once a week instead of once a day. And a crit fail, the Psionicist lapses into a coma for 1d 100 hours.
Okay.
All right. Let me do one more, and then I got to go use the restroom, and then we will continue. We are making okay time. Tower of Iron Will. This is one of the defenses. We've already talked about this one, but it's one of the 5 telepathic defenses of unwanted contact. It relies only upon the superego to build an unassailable haven for the brain. Like Intellect Fortress, Tower of Iron Will has an area of effect beyond the psychic's mind, at least 3 feet, and it's very limited. The Psionicist can initiate one other psionic power during the round, which he uses the Tower of Iron Will. A crit success, the area of effect is increased to 10 feet, and a crit failure, the Psionicist is lost inside himself and cannot engage in psychic activity for 1d4 hours.
Golly.
Those were all of the sciences. We will do the devotions next. I have to go use the restroom, so I will be right back.
Alrighty, good sir. Alrighty. Well, I am going to. This is a good moment for a pause. Then no momento to move up.
Uh-oh. Did we lose him? All right. Oh, are we both back?
Yes, I apologize. I am right here.
I was just like, oh no, we both left. All right, so let's move on to these telepathic devotions. Yes. Lower level powers. So, first one. Ooh. I have some good memories on this one. Attraction. After you've made contact, it's 8 per round. And the range is 200 yards. The opposite of aversion, which is the next power we'll go over. This power creates an overwhelming attraction to a particular person or thing, be it an item, creature, action, or event. A victim of this power will do whatever seems reasonable to get close to the object of their attention. The key word is reasonable. The victim is completely fascinated, but they don't suffer blind obsession. They won't leap into a fire, over a cliff, go into battle, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it's just what a reasonable person would do to get something that they really, really want. They can still recognize danger, but they won't flee unless the threat is strong and imminent. If the danger is not apparent, such as poison in a goblet of wine, the character could easily destroy themselves in the pursuit of the attraction. So you could say, you really want to drink that wine, and they don't know it's poisoned. They'll just go straight drink it. If you crit success, the effect borders on an obsession. The victim will take serious risks. And if you crit fail, there is no crit fail.
Okay.
So narratively, this one's a lot of fun because you can just basically like make people do dumb stuff, or you can just really get people to do things that you need done, but you can just make them do it for you.
And that for me.
So opposite of that is aversion. So the victim of this power gains aversion. to a particular action, place, or event, they'll do everything they can to avoid it. They will not approach within 20 yards. If they're already within 20 yards, they'll back away at the first opportunity. The aversion is planted in the victim's brain for 1 turn. It cannot be maintained for another turn unless you maintain contact throughout that turn. So basically, as long as you're making contact with that person, you can keep re-upping it.
Right.
But you have to maintain that contact with them the whole time. Crit success, the object of aversion affects the victim like the fear spell. So I think that means they'll actually run away from it. And then there is no crit fail. So those are some fun ones to have in tandem. Just crowd manipulation, people manipulation, a lot of fun for roleplay. This next one, awe. The Psionicist can use this power to make others hold him in awe. Each character contacted must make a saving throw or spell. The characters who fail are mentally cooed. They sense the telepath's awesome might. They may have no desire to serve. They have no desire to serve or befriend him, but they won't attack him unless forced to do so. So, for example, someone says, "You kill him, I'll kill." So someone would basically say, "You either kill him or I'll kill you." They'd have to basically go that far in order to attack you. Otherwise, no one's gonna.
Like, if you're a town guard and you're trying to arrest me, you won't touch me if I cast this on you, unless somebody puts a gun to their head.
Correct. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
They'll do whatever they can to avoid angering or upsetting the Psionicist. If possible, they'll avoid him altogether and take the first opportunity to escape. If you crit succeed, the saving automatically fails, so they'll automatically just fall into this. And if you crit fail, all contacted characters view the Psionicist as pathetic and ridiculous. Basically, the exact opposite. Let's see. Conceal thoughts. This is a defensive devotion. Protects against magical ESP, probes, mind link, life detection, and other powers or spells which read or detect thoughts. To overcome thought concealment, an attacker must wage and win a psychic contest. So basically, this one is just kind of makes you invisible to all of that. Yes, Psionics Part 4. This is hopefully, we are going to push it. We are going to get done with this book today. So this should be the last one we're doing.
We hustling.
There is no crit fail, but the crit success is all related psionic contests will automatically be won by the defender. So if you do conceal thoughts, you just and you crit success, you basically get all defense ones. Contact we've gone over before, but basically contact is the initial one that you need. This doesn't really do anything by itself, but it is the precursor to make sure that you can do any of the other ones before. So everything we've talked about so far requires contact as the initial cost. You have to make contact first, and then you can do all these other ones. So realistically, contact doesn't really do a whole lot. It costs 1 per round. Per character that you're contacting, so it's very small, but as you saw before, it adds up as other things are stacked onto it. And then of course it's a minimum of 1 per round, but then it goes up to it goes up based on the level of the creature. We already went over that. 1 through 5 is 3, 6 through 10 is 8, then 13, then 18. The Psionicist cannot contact a subject that he knows nothing about, so even though the range is kind of special, and you can pretty much contact almost anybody you know about. If you don't know about them, you can't just randomly, make contact with someone you don't know. And you basically can't use this to see what's out there. So, for instance, you can't just kind of be standing somewhere and then just be like, oh, I'm just gonna just kind of touch everyone around me and see what's going on, right? It has to be kind of you have to go with that person. I'm going after that person. And then, of course, you basically you can only do it if you fail. You can only do it once per round, so you have to wait for another round. And then there are some distance modifiers, so the further they away, it'll be harder. And then that's pretty much contact. Yeah, contact really isn't. And then there's unusual things that you can contact, like animals, They have different modifiers. So the more unintelligent you think it is, the higher the modifier, right? From like a bird, which is a -3, to a fish is a -5, a monster is a -7, and a plant's a -8. But you can contact them. I mean, if you can speak with plants, there's nothing that says you can't contact them.
Fair enough.
Da, 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 da. Okay, cool. So that's just contact. Contact's very basic. All right, next, Daydream. By using this power, you basically create, or you cause someone's mind to wander. This only effective against characters with intelligence of 14 or less, who are not concentrating hard on a task before them, but are just going about their business as casual, relaxed manner. So just every day going along. Once affected, they'll pay little attention to their surroundings, makes it much easier for you to pick their pockets, pass unobserved, or otherwise go by unnoticed. Thieves gain a 20%. Thieves will get 20% bonus to pickpockets, move silently, and hide in shadows. Other creatures can perform these tasks at an average of 4th level thief. So 45 chance for pickpocket, a 33% chance to move silent, and a 25% chance to hide in shadows. So yeah, so basically it's just kind of like if they're, like a shopkeeper or whatever, you can kind of just basically make them stop paying attention to you. Crit success, increase the bonuses to 30% for thieves at 5th level. And let everyone else have a 5th level version of thief abilities. And a crit failure, the victim realizes someone's toying with their mind.
What were the prerequisites for that one again?
Prerequisites, you need to know mind link and contact, and then you just need to make contact for that. And it's 3 per round once you've made contact.
So you need to know mind link, but you don't need to have mind link.
You need to have it as like a spell, like an ability, but you don't need to use it. You just need to know it. Like it needs to be one of the powers that you know as a psionicist.
Okay.
And the reason why we went over that on another stream, but basically the reason why is like these are the prerequisite understanding. So you need to understand what mind link is before you would be able to use this power. So it's more of a stepping stone. But again, you don't have to use mind link, but you just have to learn that one first.
Right.
Next one is going to be Ego Whip. This is going to be another one of the psychic attacks. It assaults the ego, leaving them with feelings of inferiority and worthlessness. If used against a mind that's already contacted, the target is dazed for 1d4 rounds, during which all of their die rolls are penalized by 5 points, and they cannot cast any spells above 3rd level. This power has 3 stages. What's that?
I was going to say that's pretty powerful. Nothing above 3rd level.
That's already, but that's only after they're contacted. Yeah. And remember, that's only if they're already contacted, but this is designed to contact another psionicist. It has 3 ranges, short, medium, and long. At medium range, the psionicist power score is reduced by 2. At long range, it's reduced by 5. So just penalties for the distance. And there are no crits, fail or success. Empathy. Ooh, this one's interesting. By using this, you can get a sense of basic needs, drives, and or emotions by whoever you contact. So thirst, hunger, fear, fatigue, pain, rage, hatred, uncertainty, curiosity, hostility, basically any emotion that you can think of, you can sense. And then actually, if you are using this against non-psionic people, like a non-psionicist, you do not need to establish contact. You can just use this on anybody. If they're a psionicist, you have to have contact.
So does that mean that this could be used to scan for people? So if there was an invisible person that was angry, I'd be able to sense them?
No, because you still have to target someone. Like you still have to you're basically scanning this person's mind. Yeah. If you crit success, the subject of the emotion is revealed. So they may be angry, but if you crit success, you'll know why they're angry, like what they're angry at. And if you crit fail, the target senses the attempt. So that's kind of a common theme for the telepathy one. ESP, this is another one, basically allows you to read someone else's mind. This can only perceive surface or active thoughts. So you can't, it's not like probe where you can ask questions or get stuff. It's only what they're actively thinking or what's on their mind currently. Most intelligent creatures tend to think in words, so language is a barrier depending upon what you're trying to contact. Unintelligent creatures tend to think in pictures. Magical thoughts, such as wizards using spells and stuff, are unintelligible as well. So you can only really get what you would expect yourself to understand if it were like in the real world.
So if I want to, this is like an idea that I would have. If I want to get the picture of somebody in my mind, like I want to know what your boss looks like, right? And I'm using ESP on you, and I only can look at your surface thoughts, and I'm talking to this guy, and we're saying whatever, but out loud I say to him, your boss is going to kill you for this. And he immediately starts envisioning what's going to happen.
Yep, you would get that thought. Yeah, you can absolutely manipulate them. You just can't use the power to get that. But yes, you can force them to think of something.
Visual versus verbal. Because you said intelligent creatures tend to...
That's basically just designed to separate out, like, if you're trying to do information gathering, like let's say you're trying to find somebody. If you look at a dog, you'll get images of people that pass by. Whereas if you do it to a shopkeep, he'll be a lot, his information will be like, damn that mare. Like the idea is to indicate what level of information you can get from alternatives. But I would 100% say yes. If you're trying to get an image and you're using ESP, if you make someone think of a situation, I could say you could justify getting a flash of an image. That's justifiable. You wouldn't be able to, manipulate it much further than that. But yes, I would allow something along those lines, because that's the whole point of being a psionicist. It's manipulation. So I would 100% think that that's doable. I don't think that saying that if they're intelligence, they only think in words. I think that's just the design of helping out. Depending on what you're looking for, will depend on what you need to be asking. If you crit success, the first round of maintenance is free. And if you crit fail, you develop a splitting headache and suffer a -1 penalty on all telepathic powers for 1 hour. False sensory input. This allows you to basically fake someone's senses, making them think that they see, hear, smell, taste, or feel something that's not real. They are somewhat limited, so nothing can be completely hidden or made to disappear, and everything must retain its original size and intensity. So, for example, a human can be made to look like a dwarf, but not like a parrot. A slamming door can be made to sound like a thunderclap or a cough, but not like rustling paper. Oil could taste like garlic, but not water. So you can alter, but not fundamentally change.
Okay.
And then if you
if I was like walking past somebody in a hall quickly, like a guard, I could make my face look like the king or something like that.
If you were the same race and several other aspects, yes. But
you wouldn't make a human look like a dwarf.
Well, again, size, so but yeah, you could make a human resemble a dwarf, but again, you're not changing. That's more of like a human and a dwarf have similar features, but you wouldn't be able to look at like a minotaur or like a centaur. That's kind of. I don't think changing the full race is the idea, because again, it does say that there are limitations. Nothing can, I think the idea is that, again, the human and a dwarf are similar enough because dwarves are just small humans, but they're not fundamentally a different race. Whereas, like, you might be able to say maybe you can get away with an elf because the features are similar, but a tiefling's changing, like, the skin color and things like that, right? Like there would be fundamental changes because you're not polymorphing anything, right? You're just making them perceive something that's similar but off.
I kind of looked at it more like the spell disguise self, where you can just make yourself look like anything else. So
at its base, it's just more of an, it's altering, not fundamentals, right? So it would have to be something that's near. However, if you do crit succeed, any false perception can be achieved. So if you crit succeed, I would agree that you could probably go change the race of something as long as it's not like, again, you're not making horns grow. You know, as long as you are roughly the same size and in the same characteristics, you could change most anything on a crit success, because it says any false perception can be achieved, right? So you can basically nearly make anyone have
That doesn't
the
mean
illusion.
I can make myself look like a dragon.
Not like a dragon, but again, if you are looking like, you know, another race that's some, you know, again with another humanoid race would I think work a little bit better on that particular case. And that's where this one's a little bit more of the it's about interpretation. But that's where I just say it says the falsehoods are somewhat limited, so I would just say that if it's not a crit success, it has to be a near like. Just as long as it's a near like, you could get away with enough. A crit success would let you get away with a whole lot more.
Would you say, because I know we talked a little bit about adding more points in there. So say if I took this particular devotion multiple times, would you say if I put 4 or 5 points
the more you put in,
devotion,
the more things you would be able to change drastically. You know, like
Okay.
putting, you know, earning this again, you could change, you know, instead of just a human to a dwarf, you could do human to elf. You put it in a third time, you could do human to tiefling. You put it in a fourth time, you can make anything look like a centaur. Or, you know, you could make, you know, a human look like a minotaur. Like, I would absolutely say the more you learned it, the more you... Because, again, I look at this as it's a sensory input, right? It's an illusion. The more you put into this, the more they'll believe that illusion. And I don't think it would take more than 2 or 3 learns to basically say you can make them believe they're seeing... Like, I don't think you'll ever be able to make them believe you're a dragon if you're just a human. But...
Yeah.
There's not much else that you wouldn't be able to, like, I 100% believe you can make them think that you're a demon. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
I believe you can make them think that you're a demon in a portal that looks like hell's behind you, that you've just ripped open the fabric of the universe, right? Like, that sensory perception I could go with. If you have like 2 or 3 points in this, I could say that you could make them believe the whole thing. That is definitely something I would go for.
Okay.
And then if you crit fail, you cannot see, hear, or otherwise sense the intended victim for 1d4 rounds, except for psionically.
They just disappear from existence.
From
That's
you.
crazy.
All right, so we have id insulation. It's another attack mode. Basically, it's unleash the uncontrolled subconscious of the defender, pitting it against their own superego. Basically, the attack leaves the victim in a state of moral uproar. Technically speaking, the power drives them nuts, at least temporarily. So essentially, you're inciting all of their primal urges, and it kind of just takes over their rational mind for a bit. Of course, this also has 3 different ranges, but essentially, it's your standard attack. If you already have contact, the target can do nothing for 1d4 rounds. If you've made contact and then you attack them with this, they're basically stunned for 1d4 rounds. If you crit success, the victim is overpowered and they turn against their allies for 1d4 rounds.
Nice.
If you crit fail, your id is unleashed, and your rage imposes a -1 penalty on all your attack rolls and power checks for 1 turn.
Rip. But okay.
Let's see. Identity penetration. Identity penetration allows the user to determine the target's true identity in spite of polymorphs, illusions, disguises, etc. So this basically just lets you see past all of that crap. If you crit succeed, there's no crit success, but if you crit fail, until you gain another level, the telepath cannot penetrate the identity of the current target. So you won't be able to do it again until another level. But it is kind of cool that you can, if you think someone's faking it, you can just go right through and be like, nah, that ain't you. That ain't who you are. Incarnation awareness.
Would you say something like that would give you their actual name?
It says it allows the user to determine the target's true identity. So I don't know if that means you get their information or if you just know that this is a human dressed as a tiefling, or if you actually be like, no, I know who you are.
Okay.
It says true identity, though. True identity is true identity to me.
Pretty aggressive.
The whole point is to know whether or not they, like they're telling the truth. Um, all right, incarnation awareness. This power, by applying this power to another character, the Psionicist can gain knowledge about past lives. One past life can be explored per round, starting with the most powerful personalities. Usually, these are the most famous, but not always. The Psionicist also knows immediately how many times this particular personality has been killed and raised from the dead. It's up to the player to put this information to good use. Critical success, all past life information is gained in one quick mental blast. If you crit fail, overwhelmed, the Psionicist lapses into a trance until jolted or slapped, or for 1d4 hours, whichever comes first.
So if I found the avatar, I could sit down and go hang out with all the other former avatars.
You could at least get knowledge of them, yeah.
Interesting.
So true identity equals true name. So that's a determination. I think it would be up for the DMs, Holepa. I would say that, yeah, true identity is exactly how it sounds. It's the true identity. You know who they are. Because you are mentally penetrating them, so you know, hey, that's not who you really are. This is who you really are. I know who you really are. Yep. So I would say that it gives you who that, I would say it gives you that information. But, at the same time, in a world where, names and identities are important, you could also make the thing that an identity isn't the same as your name, right? So it's one of those harsh things to make a call on. Let's see. Ooh, next one. Inflict pain. This is a nasty form of torture because it causes no actual pain to the subject. It leaves no marks or scars. But it is, for all intents and purposes, excruciating pain for the target. Only evil creatures can use this power. Others will find their alignment twisting over time. If the victim is an NPC who is being questioned, they must make a save versus paralyzation to withstand the agony. If the Psionicist finds a way to use this in combat, the victim must also make a saving versus paralyzation. Success means they will grit their teeth and keep fighting. Failure means the pain imposes a 4-point penalty on the creature's attack rolls that round, or disrupts and ruins a spell. So you can break a spell if you do this in combat. Like kind of like breaking their concentration. But yeah, it doesn't actually do any damage to them, but it makes them believe that they're inflicting with damage. Crit success, the pain is so excruciating the victim passes out for 1d10 rounds. And if you crit fail, you break contact.
Okay.
All right.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, not too bad. All right, next one, Intellect Fortress. So Fortress is one of the 5 telepathic. So this is another one of the defenses. And essentially this one also has a 3-yard radius. So you're able to protect your buddies with this one as well. And yeah, basically this one has no crit success, but the crit fail is that the defense falters and is not usable for 1d4 rounds. So it's always good to have multiple defenses ready.
Yes, 100%.
Invincible Foes is the next one. The victim of this believes that any blow struck against them will cripple or kill them. Even if it actually causes just 1 point of damage, the victim will believe that they are dying and they will no longer be able to fight. They will fall to the ground in horrible pain. A character who is struck while under the effect of this power won't recover until a turn later, even if the Psionicist stops concentrating on them and the turn basically turns their attention elsewhere. So even if you drop this after they've been hit, they will continue for 1 turn thinking that they are damaged.
Crazy.
As long as a character was under the effect when the blow was struck, they'll be out for 10 rounds.
10 rounds?
Even if the victim of this power is never actually struck, the behavior is likely to change. Fully expecting the next blow to kill them, they may stop they may stop attacking. They may start to just be more defensive and parry.
If a character genuinely would fight unto the death, kind of like a samurai, would you say that they would keep fighting?
Yes, but I like the idea that, they may change their way of attacking, right? They may not be as aggressive. They may be way more defensive. I would say that, yeah, if you're not going to make them run, make them fight different because they do believe that it's the last. It also has a reverse. So, in other words, you can make the attacker believe that every blow he strikes is fatal. It's strong enough to create an illusion. Even if the attacker barely scratches their foe, they'll see their victim as lying down, mortally wounded. They will continue to imagine the opponent lying on the ground until the opponent attacks again. And it doesn't matter who attacks, any attack will break the illusion. So you can make them believe that they've won the battle, or you can make them believe that they've lost the battle. The reverse has several consequences. Characters who have been quote unquote killed can simply walk away from the fight, leaving their corpses behind. Or they can move into position and attack again. So basically, if like let's say you use this power on an enemy who attacks me, they see me on the ground, dying. I can walk away. They see me on the ground dying. I can walk behind them. They see me on the ground dying. I can then make an attack behind them, and then they'll finally see me standing. So I can go do whatever the fuck I want as long as you maintain the cost. They see that person that they wounded dying.
If you just basically use this on one dude and then tell all your homies, all right, guys, as soon as he hits you, play dead. But as soon as he hits you, don't touch him anymore. Then he'll walk away thinking he won. I did it. I killed everybody. And
yeah, but that's the beautiful part. As long as you're paying the maintenance cost, you don't have to play dead. You can be doing whatever you want. He's going to see you on the ground regardless. As long as the maintenance cost is paying, he doesn't see you get up and walk away.
That could be very useful. That could be very useful. Okay.
But if this happens 3 times, if you do this whole thing 3 times where he thinks someone's down and then they get back up, if it happens 3 times, he has to make a save versus the spell. If he fails, he'll become convinced that they're unkillable and act accordingly.
Okay. Okay.
And then it basically also says that any PC can, react as they see fit, right? So, like we were just saying, if it's like, like what Holep was saying, if they want to go berserk, or like you were saying, if it's a samurai, if the NPC would do whatever it is at the time of death, then they're going to do that. There are no crits for this. So.
Okay.
All right. Invisibility. This is kind of similar to the other one that we had, but essentially this makes you invisible to any individual that you are doing this to. Once you've made contact with them, it's 2 per round per creature. And you're only invisible to those creatures within 100 yards. That's, within 100 yards of you. So they have to, the distance. So you can also make anyone else invisible, not just you. So you can decide who the person that you're contacting can't see. But that's going to be different maintenance costs. And you can still be heard and smelled. It's only for sight. Whereas the other one, the actual science took away everything.
Got you.
Okay. Crit success. If you crit success, it actually works like the superior invisibility. So you get the science version where all invisible. And if you crit fail, your contact is lost.
Rude, but okay. Makes sense.
Next one's going to be a pretty good one. I think you might like this one. Life detection. So you can detect the presence of living, thinking creatures within a limited area. You kind of scan like a radar. At short range, you can cover a large angle. At long range, the angle is significantly reduced. So it's kind of like a cone that just like gets more narrow. You can scan through 180 degrees at about 40 yards, 90 degrees at about 60, and only 30 degrees at 100. So it just kind of gets more into a cone the further out you're trying to scan.
Gotcha.
One round will detect humans, demi-humans, humanoids. Second round can detect birds, reptiles, fish. And in either case, you actually get an accurate count of the creatures.
Perfect.
So, and then the idea is that the DM's intended to make these checks because the psionicist, if you don't get anything, you're not supposed to know whether or not there's nothing or whether or not the power failed. So it's supposed to be up to the player to decide what that means.
Interesting. So the DM rolls, and you don't get to know whether you passed or failed, and the DM just tells you.
Yeah, it just tells you if you hear anything or
Okay.
not. Crit success, the Psionicist can instantly detect anything within 100 yards in every direction. And a crit fail, the telepath detects 1d6 creatures which aren't there.
I like that. I like that you have no idea what's real and what's not. Because, like, yeah, you detect 6 creatures. They are of these types, and they are in,
They're above you.
like,
They're above you, and you're in a tavern, and you're like, they're in the attic. Oh
yeah,
no!
they're underneath you. Like, you can't see them. You can't just look and be like, oh, where are
Right?
they
Oh,
at?
they're in the
They're just
basement. Oh no, guys, we gotta go to the basement.
oh my goodness, that'd be crazy.
All right, next we have mental barrier. This is another one of the defenses. You basically get a wall of thought repetition, which is supposed to only a small amount of your mind at a time. You can initiate. So basically, it's just another one of the defenses. If you crit success, contact during this round, and the next is impossible. So just for the next 2 rounds, there's nothing they can do to contact you, even if they attack you with psychic attacks. And then if you crit fail, the barrier fails, and the mental attack disrupts any active powers.
Disrupts as in ends.
Yeah, disrupts. So any active power that you have will disrupt it. Yeah, it'll just basically, it'll either, like anything on, like on a maintenance cost, yeah, it would just stop. Anything that you're currently doing.
So would you be able to get it back after that disrupted round, or does it go away and have to fully recast the power?
You'd have to recast the power. Like, yeah, if you were maintaining something, you'd have to reinitiate the power.
So if I had 5 powers going on, all 5 of those I would have to recast and repay their initial payments.
Yep. If you crit failed on that one, yes.
Mm. Okay.
Mind Bar is so Mind Bar is a magician's bane and the telepath's boon. It gives the Psionicist a 75% magic resistance against charm, confusion, ESP, fear, feeble mind, magic jar, sleep, and suggestion spells. It also offers complete protection against possession of any sort. In addition, this protects against all telepathic powers except the 5 attacks. No telepathic power can affect a barred mind unless the telepathic attack prevails in psychic contest. And then if you crit success, the telepath gains a +5 bonus to his power score when defending against psychic attacks. And then if he crit fails, your saving throws versus spells listed above have a -4 penalty for 1 hour. Oof.
Okay.
That sucks. Mind Blink is another defense. It attempts to hide the mind from attack, making parts of it undefinable. It's particularly effective against psionic blasts and id insulation. This Mind Blink is unique. Unlike the other 4 defense modes, it costs nothing to maintain. In fact, a character can still recover PSP while using this power. That's because Mind Blink is almost instinctual. If a character knows it, it's nearly always active, even when they're sleeping or meditating. The power is inactive if only 1, the player announces it, or 2, the character uses another defense mode. Even though Mind Blank has no PSP cost, it still constitutes psionic activity. If the power is active, the character is vulnerable to detection. Even still, he still may affect psionic feeders or suffer other unpleasant effects. Psionicists can use one or other psionic powers, but not another psionic defense mode in the same round that they use this one. No crit success, but the crit fail is that you cannot use Mind Blank for 1d4 hours.
Okay.
All right, Mind Thrust, another telepathic attack. It's another one to use to. What's that?
I said all the attacks.
Yeah, all the attacks are here. All the defenses are here. But basically, this is just another way to make contact. If you already have contact, the subject will lose the use of 1 power chosen randomly for 2d6 days. Beyond establishing contact, Mind Thrust has no effect on creatures or characters without psionic powers.
Okay.
There is no crit success. The crit failure is the telepath loses all tangents, but not contacts. So if you have contact, you maintain it. But if you're working at getting contact into one of the three, you'll lose those, and you'll have to restart.
Gotcha. Okay.
Phobia amplification. Essentially, this one, you find out what the biggest fear of the target is, and you amplify it to the point of irrationality. So if they make a saving throw versus spell, if they fail, they believe they are being immediately threatened by the object of their biggest fear, even if it's completely absurd. Like even if the fear is benign, you're in the desert and you fear drowning, you are instantly the desert's flooding. And you have no idea why.
Yeah.
Like you don't even care that's impossible. The desert's now flooding. So for example, so a character with the fear of falling, for example, is convinced he could pitch over a cliff at any moment, even if you're on an endless prairie. So even if there's no cliff in sight, you're constantly thinking, if I move, I'm going to fall. So the frightened character depends on fear. They will defend themselves if attacked. A wizard may teleport away or use other spells to guarantee their safety. Other characters might freeze in place or flee. Basically, it's kind of, on the discretion of the situation. The fear lasts as long as the maintenance cost is effective. Once stopped, the fear fades back to normal proportions and probably just leaving the character slightly shaken, but otherwise back into the fight. If you crit success, the target save versus spell automatically fails. And if you crit fail, the subject has no detectable phobias.
Oh, all right.
The desert's flooding. Noah was right. Where's the boat? Here we go. So here's one. I have a very nasty history with this one. Post hypnotic suggestion.
Oh.
It requires contact, and the maintenance is 1 per level or hit die of the target. So any creature with an intelligence between 7 and 17 can receive post-hypnotic suggestion. Very dim or very brilliant creatures are not susceptible. So you can plant a suggestion of some reasonable course of action in the creature's subconscious, along with a situation that will trigger this action. When the situation arises, the DM makes a power check against the Psionics post-hypnotic suggestion score with a -1 penalty for each day that has passed since the suggestion was planted. A reasonable course of action is one that does not violate the creature's alignment or class restrictions. It can be something that he would not. It can be something that he would not normally do, but if it's too strange, he just won't do it. The maintenance cost for this power is 1-time only payment made when the suggestion is implemented. If you crit success, the psionic power score is not reduced for the passage of time, and if you crit fail, the intended victim is aware of the attempt.
I like that crit success.
I mean, this could be anything from, this could be big stuff, right? This could be, attack your boss the next time he says this word, right? Or the next time you see him. But imagine this, right? Let's say you're trying to find someone. Let's say you have someone and he does not want to tell you who his boss is, or he doesn't know the name of his boss, right? But he meets with his boss. And the idea is that, he can't tell you who he is. So you do this little post-hypnotic suggestion. You say, hey, the next time you see your boss, I want you to drop a coin. That's it. Then you let them go to, say, a party, and you follow them to said party. And then you wait for them to find somebody, and then that someone walks through a room, or they go and greet someone, and someone walks up to them, and suddenly they pull out a coin and drop it. And you're like, that's our target. Like, there's so many ways that you could make this work from low to high.
Say if I just had it. If I want to go up to like a shopkeeper and I'm gonna be like, hey, I find out whatever their favorite race is or something like that. Maybe they really like tieflings for some reason. So I'd be like, hey, next time a tiefling comes in here, give them half off on whatever they buy, or something like that.
I mean, as long as, again, that's between you and the DM to own what's reasonable. Like, if that shopkeep would never do that, that's one thing. But again, if it's, like, let's say it's a shopkeep who tends to have an issue with tieflings, but has recently like, had a positive encounter with one, right? You might be able to reasonably say, hey, you know what? The next tiefling you see, he's probably not a bad guy. Don't give him such a hard time. You know what I mean? It's reasonable that he may not give that one a hard time. But if he's like staunchly against them, you're not going to make them friends. But yeah, you could, or you could be, I mean, imagine just as simple as, hey, the next time you see me, it's gonna have been so long. You know, just remind me of how much, you know, you appreciate me next time you see me, you know, maybe just a little discount, and then just leave. And then just, next time you stand up, do 20 sit-ups.
What about something that's like super habitual for somebody? Like it's very much in their nature to do it, but it's something that's almost absent-minded. So like whenever I get up from the toilet, I always flush. It's instinctual. I don't even think about it. It just happens. If I were to suggest to you not to flush, or something more prevalent, if next time you're leaving your shop, you forget to lock the shop.
Yeah, I would say absolutely that. Again, as long as it's said reasonably, and long as the course of action, you know, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, again, it would be between you and your DM on how much you can manipulate it.
Okay, legit. I'm here for it.
Let's go. Another okay, so Psychic Blast, it's another attack. Basically does all the same things that we know it does. If it's used against a mind that's already contacted, the subject must save versus death. Failure means he loses 80% of their remaining hit points. But only in their mind. It's not real. It's not actually real, it's only in their mind. And if they reach their end, they will pass out. If they believe that they're dead. Crit success. The victim who fails their save passes out for 1 turn, and there is no crit fail.
Okay.
All right, Psychic Impersonation. Basically, this allows you to mask your aura and thought patterns and make them match someone else's perfectly. You do have to probe someone in order to have this, so you would have to have probed their mind already. Psychic Impersonation does not alter any of your other features. It only changes your identity to another creature's with psionic power. So essentially, this is kind of basically like hiding you or mimicking you from another psionicist.
So does that mean if they probed my mind, they would see somebody else's thoughts?
Yes. Essentially, you would at least come across as that other person. They would have to use the identity spell, the true identity one, to see past this. But yeah, otherwise, if they used ESP, they would just detect that you are whoever you were impersonating.
Okay.
Let's see. So, crit success. The disguise cannot be detected psionically, and power scores are not decreased. Crit fail. The psionicist reaches a new experience level, or until they reach a new experience level, you cannot impersonate the same person. So again, you have to wait till you level up to try again.
Cool.
Psychic Messenger. This one allows you to create an insubstantial 3D image of yourself, which can appear anywhere within 200 miles to deliver a message. Anyone present can see and hear the message. Communication is one way. The telepath has no idea what is happening around the messenger unless they're using some other power. So if you send your messenger with clairsentience, then you can know. But otherwise, it is literally a blind, my mind's over there, I'm saying these words, I hope someone heard me.
Now, what are you targeting? Are you targeting a location? Are you targeting a person?
Yeah, it's a location. So your range is 200 miles, and you basically project a 3D image of yourself anywhere within 200 miles. So you have to know and have like pre-planned who's going to see it. But yes, you can just you make yourself appear there. They'll hear you. They'll see you. There's no crit fail, but if you crit success, you can make the messenger's appearance differ from your own. So then you can change what's giving the message.
Cool.
But yeah, it's situational. Not the greatest, but not bad. Be good if you were in the crowd and someone famous was gonna like give a speech, and you projected yourself up there looking like them, and you gave a speech, and then you just said some things that
we hope you crit if you want to look like them.
Right. Repugnant. Basically, you can make something, a particular person, place, or object completely repugnant to a certain character. Basically, they're overwhelmed with loathing. They will seek to destroy it completely and as quickly as possible. The destruction is if this destruction is strongly against the character's alignment, the character has to make a save versus spell to shake it off. So doesn't mean that they won't do it. Just means that they'll have to save if it's against them. There is no if it's a crit success, no save is allowed. They'll just automatically go after it. And if you crit fail, the victim is aware of the attempt.
So I kind of like this because imagine you do this to a paladin, and before you do this, you use one of those other abilities of false sensory input. So where it looks like they're maybe in their church or something, and it looks like somebody built an altar to a god that isn't his in his church, and then
you put repugnant on it,
and he's like, gotta destroy that thing, and then he destroys his own temple, his own god's altar in their freaking church.
Oh, bro, man,
you could destroy somebody, bro.
I mean, that would be against their alignment, so they would get the extra saving throw, but still.
Again, I think it's against their alignment. They think it's exactly what they would do because they believe it's of another god.
I mean, that's a slippery slope, but you're right. You're starting to pick it up. Yeah, you're starting to pick up why I like this class, because that's the layering it's with all these powers that you can start doing. You can get around those pesky rules.
Funky combos.
Okay. Next one. Send thoughts. One-way communication, allowing you to send your thoughts to someone else. It can be information or simply just distraction. If you target a wizard casting a spell, they have to make a save versus spell in order to not be distracted.
So it's the Psionics versions of counterspell.
Pretty much, it could be. Yeah, it could be used for that. The wizard does have a modifier to the save, the difference between their intelligence and the telepath's power score. If the save fails, the wizard's concentration is broken, the spell is spoiled. If the target's being distracted is someone involved in melee, he has a 2-point penalty on attack rolls, but not damage.
Okay.
Crit success, the wizards cannot make the saving throw. And so basically automatic counterspell. And a crit fail, if the receiver is a friend, he is distracted.
No.
So if you're sending messages to your ally in combat, they're now distracted.
You're like, oh, what'd you say?
Sight link. This one's interesting. Basically, it links you and another person, so you can see what they see. You see whatever they see. Your own vision is unaffected, so basically, it's like you basically just have two visions.
Overlapping vision.
But if you are linked to a creature and they get a gaze spell or a gaze attack against them, you also have to make a save. So the gaze can affect you as long as you're looking.
And you can't close your eyes, because I feel like this is what we talked about the other day when we were doing the clairsentience, because it doesn't affect your own vision. So if you were to close your eyes, you would just see what's there.
Exactly what they see. Yeah. So
unless you cut it off.
Yep, you still get the gaze.
You won't get got.
If you crit success, you also get sound link. If you crit fail, you are blinded for 1d4 hours. And then, of course, the next power is sound link. It's the same exact thing. You basically connect your ears, so you hear what they hear. Any sound attacks like shrieks or sirens, you would also fall victim to. And then same thing. Crit success, you get sight link. Crit failure, you're deaf for 1d4 hours.
Weird question. If I know that I'm fighting harpies, or whoever I'm sight linked to is fighting harpies, and I crit success, do I have to get sound link, or can I choose not to get sound link so that I don't have to risk potentially being affected by like the harpies call or something like that?
So it says that if you crit success, sound link is also gained. It doesn't technically state that you're required, but it also doesn't state that you have the option. It just says that it's all like you link sight and you also link ears. But then again, it's that whole thing of like, that's super situational. Like the idea that you're gonna sight link while fighting harpies. It's like, yes, you're right. It does sound like a detriment, but it's kind of like, in that situation, maybe you could make the judgment of, well, I'm just going to cut it off then because I don't want you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you could control it. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to, especially on a crit success.
Fair.
All right, so synaptic static. Ooh, this one's kind of cool. This is like anti-magic shell, but for psionicists. So this static interferes with all psionic activity within a given area. Every psionicist is affected when they create static. They cannot use any other power simultaneously. So you and every other psionicist in your area shut off.
Okay.
Anyone who tries to use the psionic power within this area must fight the static's creator in a second contest. If the opponent succeeds, the power functions normally. If not, the power fails. So as long as you're inside the static, they have to contest you to use their powers. Any of their powers. And every one of their powers. Exposure to this static for more than 5 rounds will give anyone a splitting headache. This has no in-game effect, but it will make NPCs and animals irritable. The power has 3 ranges, so it can go anywhere from 20, 50, or 90 yards.
Okay.
And then it's a harder skill check to succeed. Crit success, you receive a +1 bonus in all psychic contests. And a crit fail, the character has injured yourself trying to create the static. You immediately lose 1d20 PSP and 1d6 HP. Mine's out. What is up? How is it going? How is it going? Good to see you.
Oh, we get it out here today.
Trying to finish this book, and we're getting there. To go along with the other ones that we just did, we have Taste Link. I'm sure you can see where this one's going. You basically link all of the tastes that you have. If you crit success, you also get Scent Link. It is not a defined power, but we all know what that basically means. you get the smell link too. It's not an official power, but it's just only this time you get it. Telepathic projection. This allows the user to send emotions to everyone who has been contacted within a common 10-yard diameter. This power cannot radically change a character's emotional state, however. So you can't change what someone's feeling, but you can project emotions out. A character who is very angry could be made only slightly angry, but not happy. So it's a degree of change, but not a full change. Must suck if one person in your party is a freak. What is up, Drabs? Wow, we got the whole crew tonight. What is going on? Yeah, you could definitely you got to be careful who you are linking with. Trust me, you never want to link with someone and not know what they're doing.
Facts.
Let's see. So, crit success, emotions can be drastically altered, love to hate, while the power is maintained. And a crit fail, all affected characters experience strong and negative emotions towards the psionicist for 1d6 rounds.
It'd be awesome if they had no idea why. If it
Exactly.
just happened and they're just like, I hate you right now.
It's like, dude, why are you so ugly? Why can't you hit these creatures?
It's fine.
Thought Shield, another one of the defenses. There are no crit successes. It's just another psionic defense. Truth Ear. This is a good one. When you use this spell, you can tell whether or not someone is intentionally lying. So again, you don't know truths, but you know if someone is intentionally trying to deceive you. You do not hear their words translated into truth. You merely know whether or not the speaker believes what they're saying. So it's more like a guaranteed insight check. Crit success, you recognize falsehood even when the speaker doesn't. So if you crit success, you know a lie even if the speaker believes it. And if you crit fail, the psionicist can't use the power effectively against this subject for 1d6 days.
So what about somebody who's super creative about their responses and just basically doesn't lie to you, but either avoids telling you the truth or avoids telling you what you want to hear, or they're just will you be able to tell if they're trying to deceive you, if they're trying to lead you to an inappropriate conclusion? Or is it just if they say a knowing untruth? It sounds like the latter.
It's just whether or not it's an intentional lie, whether or not the speaker believes their line. So if the speaker knows what they're saying is false, you will know what they're saying is false, but nothing beyond that. If they're not giving you information, if they're just not saying anything, then the power basically doesn't work. Like it has to be like if they're just wasting time and talking without real words, you won't be able to tell that they're delaying. You just be like, okay, they're not saying anything, right? But the moment they say anything that they know isn't real, you'll be like, that was a lie. I don't know what the truth is, but that's a lie. You just know. So I would say that, yeah, that would just basically delay the conversation. But once you got into a fact that they mentioned, then it would click in.
If somebody asked a question of, did you kill her? And the answer was, I didn't kill her directly, but I'm very much responsible for her death. And I said the word no. Do you think it would go off in a particular situation like that?
I mean, if they said I didn't kill her directly, meaning they were not the ones to put the dagger to her, her chest, that would not be a lie. Now, granted, if they were heavily involved in getting it to that point, that's fine. But again, if they said I did not directly kill her and they did not directly kill her, as in they were not the ones that caused her to die, that would not be a lie. You would have to be. It's one of those things where this is one of those puzzles as a DM where it's kind of like you have two people in a door. One always tells the truth, one always tells a lie, and you can only ask one question. It's that kind of a problem. You're asking the right questions, but what really comes down to it is that's the conversation you need to have. You need to ask the right questions and get them to say the right things, because if they're just not going to answer you, they're not going to answer you. But if they're smart enough to say I didn't kill her directly, and you hone in and go, that's not a lie. So you weren't the one that stabbed her. You sold the knife. You asked the assassin to show up. You paid the assassin, but you didn't directly stab her. That's true. But you wouldn't know that. All you would know is when he said, I didn't directly kill her, that would be true. Right? Like that part would be true. If you said, "Well, were you responsible for her death?"
I'm thinking because
that would be the question you want.
Yes or no questions with assumed truths in there, and if I only answer your yes or no question with a yes or no, and my answer is no, I don't give you any elaboration. I don't say I didn't kill her. I just say the word no.
Well, and that's the thing is the idea of truth here doesn't know the truth. All it knows is the intent. So if you say, did you kill her? And they said no, if they believe 100% that they were not responsible, they did not kill her, if those words do not register as yes in their mind, you will say that they're not lying. But even if they didn't hold the dagger, even if they paid the assassin, even if they told the king to pay the assassin, if they believe they were responsible for that person's death, if they believe, yes, I'm actually directly responsible, and they said no, you would pick up a lie. It's not, remember, it's not about the power doesn't know any better. It's the person does. So no matter what they say, it all comes down to what are they intending. If they are intending to deceive you, you will know it's a lie. But that's where the fun part about
intending to deceive you, they'll know it's a lie.
It's an intentional lie. It has to be intentional. They have to be knowing that they're telling you something in a falsehood. They have to knowingly. So again, if they believe that they did not kill someone, regardless of what actions they took, if they do not truly believe that that was their responsibility, it would not be a lie. That question would not be a lie. But if they do, if they honestly know that whatever actions they took technically to them means that they were responsible, that no would be a lie. It all comes down to them.
Okay. Bet.
Yeah, loophole questions are some of the best, and it always ends up coming down to what the DM really wants. But like that, how the DM, not the DM wants, but how the DM handles consistency and rules like that. But yes, that was it. That was the last devotion in Psychoportation. We are on chapter 8. We are finally on the last one, Psionics. This one should be it. We're gonna finish and we're gonna be done.
All right, let's
That's the questions about personality, or if the person
sir.
killed them. Exactly. Exactly, Mind's Eye. It really depends because it's specific to what the person is telling you and what inside their head did they know for a fact what they're saying is false or not. So it really all comes down to, as you as the DM, what is that NPC? Like, what is their mindset and what do they know? All right, well, we are just past hour 3. It is almost 11. We're actually making some good time. We have one more chapter. I think we can do this. I know we're going to do it because I'm not stopping until we're done. But this is it. Final stretch. I know we've already gone over some of these, so we should be able to, I think we're picking up speed here and getting through these. All right, Psionics. Psionics, Chapter 8. This is all about enhancements, right? So just like Magic, it is all about the enhancement of other psionics. So you take this devotion in order to amplify all of your other powers. So let's start with Appraise. Now, Appraise allows the psionicist to determine the likelihood of a specific course of action. They'll focus on the action and examine the possibilities. Then they assign probabilities, and basically, it's kind of like a clairsentience thing of seeing into the future and the likelihood of something. So in gameplay, the character must first pass their power check. If they does, the DM reveals the percentage chance for the plan or actions outcome. So XX odds may be difficult because obviously, you don't know what die are going to be rolled in an encounter. You don't know what choices are going to be done. But as a DM, you just try to say, hey, I have this puzzle, I have this situation, and you guys say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. With this power, is my job as a DM to give you a reasonable likelihood that your choices will be good, right? Like based on what I know. Like if you're going to go up against a battle and you're like, hey, we're going into this battle. He's going to prepare fireball. He's going to grab the wand of fire, and I'm going to, wear my robe of fire. And then you're like, you have a 0% chance of winning because I know as the DM on the other side of that door is a fire elemental. And you guys are going in with everything that's literally going to just go poof on him. So I could say you have a 0% chance of winning, right? Can't tell them why. I just know that this is your action. It ain't gonna work. So that's how I imagine this power is working. Is you say I want to do X, Y, Z, and as the DM, aside from catastrophic rolls, your job is to be like, yeah, I see you guys. I see you can work with that. No one, not even scientists, can foresee the future with any kind of certainty. So, like precognition, that was the word I was looking for. Like precognition, it just depends on how closely the character adheres to their plans. Do they act as intended? Do they react? What factors did they foresee? Blah, blah, blah. If the power is used, the DM should give the best answer you can based on the information the characters have. Factors they don't know about and therefore can't take into account while forming a plan can change things drastically. So you can decide that they don't know about the fire elemental, so you can ignore the fact that they're all wearing fire armor and fire spells because they don't know it's a fire elemental, right? So it's like you can kind of play with deciding how much they have to know before you give them, an accurate reading.
Well, isn't that like, I thought that was referring to information the DM can't predict, because the DM can't predict everything that's going to happen. Like, there will be stuff that wasn't even in their plan. Like, if you know there's going to be a fire elemental, I feel like that would be needs to be.
But that's the DM's choice, because based on, like I was saying, based on the book though, it says if the power is used, the DM should give the best answer he can based on the information the characters have. Factors they don't know about and therefore can't take into account while forming a plan can change things drastically. So that's why I'm saying, as a DM, you can decide they don't know if fire elemental's next. So you can decide whether or not to tell them that by bringing fire weapons, you can decide whether or not that affects it, because since they don't know it, because the idea about this appraisal, remember, is you as a psionicist are sitting down and formulating the plan and thinking of all of the potential angles. So if you don't know there's a fire elemental coming up, you can't plan for that. So you technically could not predict that your plan will not succeed because you have zero way of knowing that enemy is a chance, right? So that's what the book is more or less saying. I'm kind of like opening it up to giving it a little bit more of that meta knowledge. I'm kind of opening it up in the mindset of, even though the character doesn't know about it, but I'm kind of letting that like gut instinct kind of take in. But as written, it's specifically designed to the psionicist is using everything they know to think about every possible outcome and get a really good percentage chance. So technically, they shouldn't get any bonuses for stuff they don't know. I would probably fudge that just a little bit.
Okay.
Just to make the power more useful, because otherwise it's basically just saying you take all the information that you know and try to make the best plan. And it's like, I'd kind of like a little bit more than just what you know to factor in. But of course, that's meta knowledge, so it just depends on your comfort.
This is meta psionics, so it would fit.
Let's see. So the next one is aura alteration. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. Critical success. So on the appraisal, critical success, the player is allowed to re-roll any 3 die rolls to help make their character's forecast more accurate.
We talked about this one.
I think so. And then if you fail, you can't use the power successfully again for 1d4 days. I think we may have just ran over that one real quick. Aura alteration, basically you can temporarily disguise your alignment, disguise your level, or remove an aura affliction like curses, guise, or quests. Disguising a character's alignment or level is easy to do. The disguise is temporary, lasts 1d6 hours or 1 to 6 hours. It has no effect on the character's real alignment or class, but Psionicis with Aura Sight will be fooled. So again, this is more about Psionicis for Psionicist. Because curses, guises, and quests are imprinted on the character's aura, they can be removed with this power. A Psionicist who tries this will suffer a -6 penalty to their power score and must pay 20 PSP instead of 10. So you can basically remove curses and shit with this. Oh, Mind's Eye, goodbye.
Yeah, I think we talked about this one too, because I remember you mentioning that it won't work on stuff like vampirism.
Yeah, I think we pretty much, I think we went through Metapsionics pretty quickly. I think we did a lot of these. So that's why we're going to be able to go through it pretty quickly. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting. You can, if you crit fail, you have to roll a save for spell, or you may lose an experience level. So if you fail on this, you can actually lose an experience level yourself.
Squeeze.
Yeah, so that's not too bad. Next one is going to be Empower. This is not a tool for the weak or inexperienced. Empower allows a psionicist to imbue an item with rudimentary intelligence and psionic ability. The process requires extraordinary time and effort, as described below. So the item requirement, it must meet 2 requirements. It must be worth 250% or 500% of the normal cost of an item of its type. So it has to be an exquisite version of that item. And it must be new. So you can't just get an old artifact. It has to be new. The process of empowering takes 48 hours after its manufacturing. If it's delayed longer, the item cannot be empowered. So it has to be freshly made, and then you do it within over 48 hours. Or within 48 hours if it's being made. So it has to be within 2 days old. The item has to be 2 days old in order for this to work. If it meets these two criteria, you can do it. And then there are 4 steps involved. Step 1: at the start of each day, you must first prepare the item to receive the power. It costs 50 PSP and requires a power check. If it fails, the day is wasted. No further progress can be made until the next day. Step 2: if the item has been prepared, the psionicist can give it access to a discipline. It can have access to only 1 discipline, never more, and the psionicist himself must have access to that. This step costs 100 PSP and requires a power check. Step 3: the psionicist can attempt to empower the item with any single power he knows within the chosen discipline. The item must have been properly prepared on the same day. You make 2 successful power checks, first for the chosen power, and a second to empower the object. If both succeed, the item will have that psionic power with a score 2 points below the psionicist's. If step 3 is successful, the psionicist expends another 100 PSP. And then step 4, they can imbue the item with another power by repeating steps 3. The item can receive 1 power per day, provided it's been properly prepared. There's step 5. When it's required all the powers which the Psionicist intends to give it, the Psionicist can seal those powers within the item. To do this, you spend one more block of 50 PSP and make one more power check. If the item is sealed successfully, it can never again get any additional powers. But it can lose them. Or it can't lose them. So once you've sealed it and you're done, you can't give it any more, but it has those powers. An empowered object has 8 PSP per devotion and 12 per science. It has an intelligence equal to its maker's intelligence minus 1d6 points with a minimum of 12. Its ego is 2 points per devotion and 3 points per science, unless it was empowered by another telepathic power, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it's now intelligent with its own psionic powers. It is now an object that is, in and of itself, a psionic intelligence that has the powers you gave it. And at any time during these 5 steps, if you crit fail any single roll, the item is completely and utterly destroyed. Or the item is a complete and utter failure, it says. So basically nothing ever happens and you wasted all of that. It could be your last roll to close it and you could render it useless. And remember, the item has to not only be within 48 hours of being made, but it has to cost 250 up to 500% of that type of standard item's cost. So if that normal item costs 100,
So
this thing's got to cost like
the question
2,500 or
becomes,
25,000. Yeah, 2,500 to 5,000.
how well can you fuck with this thing? So here's the scenario I've been running through my head while you've been going over this, right? I go back to, what is it? Psychokinesis, one of the ones where you have create object, right? Every day I try to create an object, right? Say I want a cloak, right? And I just keep making this cloak every single day until I crit and it becomes permanent.
Okay.
That is when the item was created. And I got 48 hours. Wait a second.
It wouldn't be the right value, though.
How long does it take? It wouldn't be the right value until I use the other ability that we have on here, which is molecular reconstruction. That's the only one I'm not sure about. I don't know how long, because I know there's a time period, but I swear it was just hours. Right?
Yeah.
So
and so you're trying to
molecular
basically say, could you,
reconstruction,
I mean, you could technically, as long as you could
48
fit
hours.
these things. Yeah. I mean, as long as it fits the criteria, you can do it. But that's also all of that PSP has to be spent.
Which is fine. And that's what I'm trying to again, lightweight math it out, play through the scenario, see if it's even realistic to accomplish. If I create something, if I change its molecular structure to be as valuable as it is, will I even have time enough to do this? At least attempt it once.
You'd have to sit down and
I got to start the whole process over again. But if it works.
Yeah, and so and that's the thing is you'd have to sit down and calculate it all out, and so we can do that after we're done. Like when you want to create the character, we could absolutely sit down and just play with that idea of what would it take to be like a master enchanter to do this kind of shit. Like what would it take to make a wand that has all of your psionics about it, or like imagine just making a wand that just had like I don't even know, like contact and mind wipe or something like that, right? You're just like bing bing, you could just like literally just make people dumb. Just by like casting this wand at them.
That doesn't require maintenance, because then it's going to drain its PSP.
No maintenance
fast.
cost.
Instantaneous.
Dude, dimension door, being able to like instantly do a dimension door, or the safely teleport. There's so many things that you can do with that,
bro. Imagine if you just gave like a ring, the thing that we were talking about, the teleport trigger, and that's all it's got to do is just got to spend 2 PSP to hold your teleport trigger, and that's all your ring's good for. I'm fine. Anyways, let's go.
All right, so next one is Psychic Clone. With this power, a clone of the psionic steps out of their body. It is in every way identical to the original form, except that it has no substance. The psionicist can see and hear what the clone sees and hears. The clone will do anything the psionicist wants it to, as if it were actually him. Furthermore, the psionicist's psyche goes with the clone, thus enabling it to perform all of the psionic powers. The power has a serious drawback. As long as the clone exists, the psionicist himself is a turn-up. You're basically in a coma. He retains only 3 senses: smell, taste, and touch. He cannot move, see, or hear. All the powers are transferred to the clone. In effect, you're immobile and you're no longer a psionicist. Not even psionic sense will reveal your true nature in your original form. So you can be slain without any combat rolls if an opponent wishes to do so. So basically, someone could just walk up and take you out right then and there.
Okay.
The clone can travel up to 60 feet from the psionicist. It can go anywhere the psionicist himself could go. For example, it can walk down a corridor, walk across. It can walk across acid. The clone has no substance, so it can't be hurt. It could swim provided the psionicist knows how to. Because the psionicist could walk through an unlocked door, so can the clone, though the clone passes through like a ghost. However, a clone cannot travel through walls or walk on water, because the psionicist could not either.
Okay, so you can walk through a door that's closed but unlocked, but you can't walk through a wall. Interesting.
Yeah.
I bet.
The clone is impervious to all forms of attacks and damage except for psionic or mental attacks. No crit fail, but a crit success. The clone can travel through walls and other solid objects.
Fire.
Psychic surgery. Here we go. So here's that bread and butter one that we were talking about before, because the other one was just like the sloppy version of it.
Guys, this wasn't under the other category.
Psychic surgery allows a telepath to repair psychic damage. He can even operate on himself if need be. Through this power, the score is reduced by 5. Okay, so phobias, aversions, idiocy, comas, seizures, all of these psychic ailments can be treated and cured, as well as several others. Curses or magical conditions such as gaze and charm cannot be cured. The power cannot cure possession either. However, psychic surgery can confirm the probability, or the problem really is possession, and can force the possessing entity into psychic combat. So you can't stop possession, but you can identify possession and actually attack the possessing entity. Let's see. So most ailments can be cured in 1 turn or less. However, if you roll too low, it might take longer. So, special operations. So, psychic surgery has 2 special uses. First, the surgeon can use this power to help non-psionicists unleash their wild psionics. If a psionicist performs this kind of operation successfully on a patient, the patient gains a -2 bonus to their wild talent roll. The second operation can make the effect of any power in the telepathy discipline permanent with no maintenance costs. The patient is rarely grateful because the power is not bestowed on the subject, only its effect. In this way, a person can be permanently dominated or fate-linked, for example. The following restrictions will apply. The power must be maintainable, i.e. it must have a maintenance cost. The power must have a range other than 0. The surgeon must know the power and use it successfully on the patient. So that means you can permanently use this to make permanent contact. And just that person basically what Olo and Safia have.
Interesting.
I mean, I didn't make this like official because I just wanted to make it because of your guys' background and because you guys were twins. But I always kind of like the idea that this is basically what she did to you when you guys were kids. She just was playing around and just learned how to psychic surgery you when you were kids, and she was just like, that's why you. That's not why, but that would be hilarious if that was why you guys had all your perks.
My wild psionics. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, that's not the real reason, but it would have been funny if like that was the reason, is she was just messing around and just ended up doing all of that. 2 more requisites. Number 4, the psionicist cannot use this type of surgery on yourself or another psionicist if he tries, something happens. So you can't.
But you said it could be used on yourself.
No, this type. So in terms of the second operation, being able to make psionics permanent with somebody, you can't make them permanent on you or another psionicist.
Got it.
And at most, only 1 power can be made permanent per turn. If the result of the power check is 1 or 2, the procedure takes 2 turns instead of 1. The procedure can also be reversed. The psychic surgery can be used to remove a permanent implanted telepathic ability. Crit success, the surgery takes only 5 rounds per power, and a crit failure. The surgeon cannot use the power successfully again for 1d4 days.
So
all right.
we were talking earlier about some more control over what you can do, and you said it was specifically for psychic surgery. So even though it's not outlined verbally in here, would this be the power that you can use to cause somebody to forget your face, cause somebody to
Yes,
forget
this
a
is
certain
one that
day of...
because of the way that psychic surgery works and kind of like the idea that you're inside their head tinkering around, I would allow that while doing psychic surgery. The idea is you can activate other powers and kind of like the permanency, right? It's kind of like activating mind wipe on that part of the brain and then activating it permanently. So yes, in this particular case, because psychic surgery doesn't say it, but because you're in their brain and you can basically implement other powers, that's kind of like the way that I look at it. Is even though you're not implementing a permanent one, that takes maintenance costs, the idea is that you're inside their brain, you're tinkering around. So I just look at it as you use something like probe to find the memory you want, and then you would use like mind blank to cover up that memory. So yes, during psychic surgery, I would allow different little things to happen that would
only
make
be able
sense.
to occur in psychic surgery. I couldn't just use probe and then find it and then be like, "Hey, I want to blank
Correct.
that."
Yeah. Psychic surgery would, and then psychic surgery would be the precursor to being able to get to it and manipulate it.
Okay.
But yeah, that's I look at psychic surgery as having much more opportunity than just what it says. Okay, so split personality. This is probably one of my favorite meta psionics right here. This is not psychosis. It's the power to divide one's mind into two independent parts. Each part functions in complete autonomy, like two characters in one body. Both parts communicate fully. Both can use psionic powers, even at the same time. This means split personality can use twice as many psionic powers per round. The character's total number of PSP remains the same, with both personalities using the same pool. Alternatively, one personality can use psionic powers while the other does something else, like converse, ponder a puzzle, or control the body in melee combat. Thus, split personality allows a character to fight physically and psionically at the same time. And it gets over that pesky issue of only being able to do one power per turn, or one power at a time per round. Mental attacks directed against the psionicist only affect only half of the mind. Contact must be established separately with each half. If one half is destroyed, controlled, or subdued somehow, the other half can continue fighting independently and retains control of the body. So this can also protect you from possession. Before they attempt to make the personality whole again, the psionicist must make a save throw versus paralyzation. If any of the following is true: he does not control both portions of his mind, he has unrepaired psychic damage, or is suffering from an unwanted contact. Otherwise, you can just stop the power. Successful save means that his mind returns to complete health and he throws off all undesired influences. Failure means that the afflicted portion of his mind becomes dominated and he passes out for 1d6 turns, but regains consciousness free of other effects. Crit success, the mind splits into 3 parts instead of 2. And a crit failure, the character passes out for 1d6 turns.
So what's the maintenance cost on this?
So it's initial cost of 40, maintenance cost of 6.
Per round?
Yes.
Oof.
Your prerequisites on this one, you need to know psychic surgery and you need to be 10th level.
Oof.
But
okay,
when you do this 2 or 3 times and you have 2 or 3 psionicists that you control on the battlefield, if you have enough PSP, dude, you can seriously fuck some shit up. Let's see. Ultra Blast. Ultra Blast is a psionic blast for damaging nearby psyches. To do this, he casts thought waves in all directions. Let's see. So what does this actually do? So it is a 50-foot radius. All characters within 50 feet of the psionicist must make a save versus paralyzation. Failure means they pass out for 2d6 turns. Those who pass out must immediately save versus paralyzation again. If they fail a second time, they lose all psionic power. Only psychic surgery can help them recover this loss.
Oh wow.
Although the blast does not affect the initiator, the risks are great. If the power check fails, he becomes comatose for 1d10 days. Some characters may think he's dead. So basically, yeah, it is a initial cost of 75. So you pay 75, and you have to be 10th level, and at a 50-foot radius, you blast out basically this psychic blast, and all mines. It penetrates all mines within 50 feet. Victims may never be the same again. They all have to make save versus paralyzation, or they pass out for 2d6 turns. Those who pass out makes a save again. And if they're psionicists, they'll lose all of their psionic power. All. Like, just gone. If you crit success, creatures of 3 hit die or less die if they fail their save.
Bruh.
Crit failure. The initiator must save versus paralyzation or die. If he lives, he loses the use of all of his psionic powers for 2d6 days.
Or die? Bro, okay.
Yeah, you'll die, and if someone brings you back, you still have 2d6 days without power. So again, really good power, but really big downside. And if you're using that in the middle of a battle, if that's like your last ditch effort, going comatose for 1d10 days basically means you're done for. Like, if that was your last ditch effort, game's over.
You go comatose, you're dead, bro.
So those are all the sciences.
Unless you're able to have your teleport thing trigger, and it teleports you when you go comatose.
Yep. Could do that. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. All right. So those were all of the sciences. We are now down to the devotions of metapsionics, and then we will be done with this book. So last one, or next one. So first metapsionic devotion is cannibalize. There is no initial cost and no maintenance cost, but this power allows the character to cannibalize his own body for extra PSP. When it's used, the character can take any number of constitution points and convert them directly into PSP at a ratio of 1 to 8. The Psionicist can use these power points, or use these points anytime as if they were part of his total. The constitution reduction is not permanent, but it is debilitating and long-lasting. You will immediately lose any bonuses to your that happen as your constitution goes down. Your system shock and resurrection survival chances are reduced. And then, most importantly, all of your psionic power scores that are based on constitution will be reduced as well. You can recover 1 point of constitution per week of rest. Rest means staying quietly at home, safely indoors. Adventuring is not allowed. Crit success, you gain 8 PSP without reducing your constitution, and a crit failure, you lose 1d4 constitution points, but you do regain them by resting.
Goodness.
So to me, this one is actually one of the worst because a 1 to 8 ratio is not fucking worth it. 8 PSP, unless you were literally trying to do Dimension Door or something and you just cannibalize to get the GTFO, this is not fucking worth it. This is literally, you use this only as a last ditch to get one more ability off. If you're 2 PSP away, that's the whole point. You were
to maintain something for 5 more turns or 2 more turns or something like that.
It's
has to be at the end of your freaking rope.
This is not one you choose lightly. This is something, and this is prerequisite is 5th level. So it's this is not something that now granted it is something better at lower levels because you more PSP at lower levels is better, but later down the road this is a last ditch thing.
You don't even want to take this unless you have a contingency plan for hibernation, right?
Yeah.
Unless you have a place that you can just freaking go where nobody's gonna mess with you, where you can leave yourself alone, or whatever the case may be. I'm actually curious. No, see, it wouldn't, because I was there's that one power that allows you to spend 48 hours in full heal or whatever. I don't think this would do shit for that.
Oh, complete healing?
You still have to take your wheat. Yeah. Yeah, this won't do shit for that.
I don't think complete healing gives you back your stat points.
We got first time chatter.
First time chatter. Hello. Angry Meatball, what is going on? But you must use this on Athens, the World of Darkstone. You didn't get the option of conventional arcane magic that you did have access to divine spells. Yeah, so and that's the other thing too, is like psionics are really interesting because depending upon like what what setting you're in, there's so much more accessible because it's not magic. So one of the things I really do like about this is because it really goes away from a lot of the boundaries that magic really has. Complete healing, here we are. So all ailments, wounds, and normal diseases. End of 24 hours. Get all your PSP back. It says all ailments, wounds, and normal diseases.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if this would count as that. I think the cannibalize, because it's also a psionic, I think it has its own recovery time.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it is very interesting. A 1 to 8, good low levels, but yeah, this has to be one of those you're only a few points away from being able to get out of there or cast something on the BBEG and just finish the fight. So yeah, this is not one of my favorites for sure. All right, convergence. We talked about.
I honestly think it would be kind of interesting if instead of like 1 to 8, it was more like for every one you get your level or something like that. So at 1 you wouldn't get a lot, but at level 8 you get 8 back. At level 10 you get 10 for every point. At level 15 you get 15 for every point.
That would be cool. Yeah. But yeah, 1 PSP per level. Yeah, and I would like that. I think that would actually be better. Yeah. For every constitution point, it's equal to PSP equal to your level. I think that makes a lot more sense. Because as you level up, then it would increase with you. I like that.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
All right. So this next one we talked about before, convergence. So this one is also a great one when you have a couple psionists in the party. So psionists can put their heads together, and the result can be impressive. So essentially, convergence is an opportunity for psionists to link their minds and become more powerful than basically the individuals. So there's no limit to how many can join. They all must know the power in order for each one to join. So it's not like one psionicist can join with others. They all have to know this power. It is an initial cost of 8 in order to do it, though. Each participating in a psionicist must know the power, and each must make a successful power check in the same round. Once they're all linked, their PSP flows into a single pool from which each draws their strength. If one participant knows a power, everyone in the group can use it. So they all pool literally their PSP and their powers.
So this is basically split personality, except with multiple psionicists.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of psionicists sticking their heads together.
Yeah, and by doing this, you basically have access to every power that they have access to. So, different specialties basically open up for different combinations. Each participant can use their powers at the normal rate, 1 per turn, 1 defense and 1 other power per round. If the group is attacked psionically, the attack must overcome every working defense. So if you have 3 different people linked, that's 3 defenses that has to be overcome per attack. Yeah.
So, question.
That's the benefit.
If you want to make contact with one person in that group, you have to make contact with everybody?
Well, first, because they're all psionicists, you'd have to attack them. So you'd have to psionically attack, and you'd have to break down every defense.
That's the whole point, is like, when you do that, are you I know you have to break through every psionicist's defenses, but are you still making contact with just one of them, or are you making contact with all of them?
No, just the one. They're not a hive mind. They're just all feeding off of each other. You're still only attacking one at a time, but they're all feeding off of each other's defenses. So let's see. If the group is attacked psionically, the attack must overcome every working defense. Oh, actually, no, maybe I'm wrong. If it does, the attack affects every character in the convergence or as many as possible. So, no, it isn't against one. It is against all of them.
Interesting.
So when the convergence is discontinued, PSP that remains in the pool are evenly divided among all participants. Fractions are rounded down. No individual can exceed their usual maximum. Extra points are lost. There's no crit success, but a crit failure means the participant loses 1d20 PSP.
Rude.
So yeah.
D20.
Yeah, so that's kind of so. Convergence is really interesting. Convergence makes for a lot of interesting combinations with when there's multiple sound assists.
Really like the idea.
These ones I think we've gone over before. So enhancement, I think we've gone over before. So this basically is the same as meditative focus, proficiency, but in less time. When you learn this, you can select one discipline to enhance as long as you maintain the enhancement power. All of the power scores within the chosen discipline are increased by 2. At the same time, all other power scores are reduced by 1. So essentially, you activate this power at a cost of 30, and it's an 8 per round. You will choose a discipline, an entire discipline. That entire discipline gets a boost of +2 to every psionic that you use. But all other disciplines get a -1. If you crit success, other scores are not reduced, so you just get the bonus. And if you crit fail, all power scores in that chosen discipline are reduced by 1 for 24 hours.
Sucks.
But kind of cool. If you really know what powers you're going to be wielding, enhancement could be dope. Gird.
100%.
Pretty sure we talked about Gird before, but each time a Psionicist girds another power, he can maintain that power automatically without mental concentration. Thus, a Psionicist who is maintaining only girded powers can sleep without disrupting those powers, because normally you can't do powers while you sleep. To use Gird, the Psionicist must first initiate and maintain the power he intends to affect. Then he must make a girding power check. If he succeeds, he automatically pays twice the normal maintenance costs for the girded power, or a minimum of 1 PSP per hour. 1 PSP per hour. To remove the girding, he must consciously decide to do so. Otherwise, the girding remains in place until the Psionicist runs out of PSP. That means the Psionicist who's unconscious or sleeping could awaken to find all of this PSP girded away. If the Psionicist wishes to reestablish a gird that discontinued, he must make a new power check.
So, when, say if I've girded a power that only takes 1 PSP per round, right? Or per hour, or something minimal. Am I still going to be gaining PSP while I rest? Because I am still resting. Because normally you don't get to get PSP while you're using PSP, right? But in a situation like this, are you still technically resting? Are you still technically regaining PSP?
I have to say, this one's always been kind of confusing for me. So, no. You would not... I don't think you would be gaining PSP while you're sleeping, because this is technically using it. Or, if anything, you might be able to make the argument that whatever PSP you would normally get would go against, this maintenance cost. But the fact that this is constantly draining your PSP, which is the idea of, you're basically maintaining the power without the mental concentration. But it's not that you're gaining it, you're not maintaining it without paying for it. You're just maintaining it without having to think about it. So it's you're automatically maintaining it, which is why it's twice the cost, but it's because you can go to sleep. So you can have, a protective bubble or something still active while you're sleeping, because most powers will turn off, right? Most powers go off when you sleep. This is just a way to make sure that they stay on, but it is costing twice the cost. So yeah, regaining power while you're sleeping, regaining your PSP wouldn't really be a factor, because you're probably burning more than you can regain. Yeah, it's a very weird power, because it's essentially just saying that you're just being able to keep a power going that you don't have to decide to keep going. It's just going to be permanent until you run out of PSP.
Okay.
I don't know if it's relevant, but I think Pitt dropped the call on our Discord.
Yeah, I think my phone died, so
Oh,
I'm
good.
just gonna turn up my my volume here, and hopefully
Not too crazy.
there's not gonna be too much of an echo. We're almost at the end, so I don't even know if there's anybody left in chat, but hopefully the echo's not too bad, y'all. We're almost done.
You guys
here. We
hear
only
your
got another
meatball
page or
hanging
two.
out, but that sounds good.
It's fine. All right, so next one, Intensify. Allows you to improve either your Constitution, Intelligence, or Wisdom for psionic application. To improve one for psionic purposes only, you must weaken the other two for all purposes. Each point of increase in the target ability decreases the other two abilities by the same amount. In addition, each point of increase costs 5 PSP. So essentially, if you're going to use a power that says, like, let's say you want to use a bunch of psionics that use intelligence, you're going to take a hit to Constitution and a Wisdom in every possible way to gain a bump in intelligence for use in psionics only. So that's really going to be like your power check. So basically, you can improve your chance to do your power score checks only for psionics, but you do decrease 2 other stats in every way that they're used. So really weird balancing way of doing it.
Okay. Interesting.
So yeah, so this one's a really weird example, but this one says, so this character has a Constitution of 15, Intelligence of 16, and a Wisdom of 17. She wants to intensify her intelligence by 4. So to do so, she must spend 20 PSP initially, 5 PSP for each point she bumped it. Her intelligence is raised by 4 points to 20. Meanwhile, her Constitution and Wisdom will drop by 4 points, so 11 and 13 respectively. The increase to intelligence affects psionic powers only, so only the power score. The drop in Constitution and Wisdom will affect everything that applies to both of those, regardless of psionic ability. So this includes psionic power scores, HP, system shock rolls. So basically, all of your stats will actually change.
Choose the other two.
It's automatic. It's basically those are the 3. It's just those 3 that you can mix and match: Constitution, Intelligence, and Wisdom.
Got it.
And then a psionicist can raise an ability score to a maximum of 25, provided you have enough PSP, and no other score gets reduced below 0.
Okay.
So you can become beefy, but you gotta be damn sure you need it.
So this could be valuable in a situation where you don't have your physical body, but you do have your psionic powers.
100%.
Like
now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. There you go. There's that layering we need to do.
Okay.
100%. A crit success, the character's ability is raised to the level he intended, but the cost of the power is reduced to 3 PSP per increase instead of 5. Not that great, but it's all right. And then a crit failed. The psionicist must make a system shock, or the ability he intended to boost decreases by 1 point for 24 hours.
Sucks.
That sucks.
Okay.
Where are we? All right, we're not that far. We're not that far. Magnify. All right.
What was the power
Magnify.
before that called?
What's up?
What was the power just before that called?
Intensify.
Intensify.
All right, Magnify. Magnify allows the psionicist to magnify the effects of another power in all conceivable ways. Double damage, double range, double modifiers, so on. However, the affected power's initial cost is proportionately magnified and is its maintenance cost. So the initial cost is 25 times the magnification. So the psionicist initiates the magnification power at first. At the same time, they must designate which power they intend to improve. Unless he maintains the magnification, he must immediately use that power he wishes to improve in the same round. Otherwise, he can maintain the magnification until the other power is used. But that's kind of costly because then you're just burning it to wait to use it. Once the power has been performed, Magnify must be reinitiated to perform it again. The amounts of magnification depend on the psionicist's level as follows. So levels 6 through 10, you get a times 2. Levels 11 through 15, a times 3. Levels 16 to 20, times 4.
Okay. And so, riddle me this 25%. What does that actually entail?
25. What do you mean 25%?
So it said a second ago that your I believe it was your PSP cost is increased by 25%
No, it's
on
25
the.
times the magnification amount. So starting because you have to be level 6 to start using this. So between level 6 and level 10, you can magnify by 2, like 2 times. Level 11 through 15 by 3 times, level 16 to 20 by 4 times. So the initial cost is 25 times the magnification number. So if you want to times by 2, it's 50. If you want to times by 3, it's going to be 75 initial cost.
Okay. Okay. And theoretically, you could magnify it twice.
Theoretically,
It'd be a
magnify
lot
allows
of
us to magnify the
PSP.
effects of another power in all conceivable ways. Well, because in this one, no, because once you've used the magnification power, you have to reinitiate it. So it's a one-time thing. You can use magnify and hold on to it, but once you've used the power you're magnifying, then it has to be reinitiated. So it's basically
But think about if you had split mind and you just cast them both at the same time.
But what I'm saying is you cast magnify to magnify another power. Once that power is used with magnify resets and you have to reinitiate it. So magnify is a one and done. Like
My question is, can you reinitiate it at the same time the first one's being initiated? So imagine, so the way this makes it sound is I can say I want to cast, I don't know, anything, mind something that I'm going to use to hurt somebody, right? And I can cast that at the same time I use this magnify spell, right? So that you don't have to hold concentration over that. So I have already split my personality. I have two brains in here. So one of my brains is going to cast this ability. And they're going to cast this ability on whatever the power it is that we were just referring to. One that does damage, right? And I want to double that damage. My other personality at the same time in the same round is also going to cast Magnify on that same power.
But it wouldn't be on the
So
same
there's-
power because that other ability, because that other mind is a different psionicist. You're only magnifying your own powers. So the other psionicist wouldn't be able to magnify your psionic
So
power.
even though it's in the same body, you can only affect what's coming from your personal mind.
Yeah, even though you're in the same body, you're still two different
That's what I needed
psionicists.
to know.
Yeah, so you can't
clarification.
stack magnify. You can only increase the multiplier. So to get times 2, times 3, times 4, it's only about your level. You can't stack magnification on itself.
Okay.
All right. You'll like this next one actually. This one I've used quite a bit. So martial trance. Initial cost of 7, and there is no maintenance cost. So in some situations, psionicists may find it useful to enter a trance before engaging in psychic combat. The trance focuses the character's complete attention on psionic activity and tunes out all of the distractions. While in the trance, you get a +1 to all of your telepathy scores, all powers in the discipline. This martial trance ends whenever the character chooses to end it. It is not deep. The character is brought out of it by any blow, shake, or slap. Their attention is completely occupied, so any melee attack against him is automatic and causes maximum damage. A crit success, they manage to maintain enough awareness to dodge a melee attack, and there's no crit fail.
Okay.
So essentially, this isn't designed for you to do this in combat. This is like, hey, if you want to psychically attack another psionicist, you sit down, you do this trance, and then you start. Then once you're in the trance, then you start your psychic attacks, and you get your +1s. So this is a mind-only thing that you want. You don't want to have anybody physically around you when this happens. Let's see. Prolong is the next one. Prolong. When this power is in effect, the range of all powers is increased by 50%, as is the radius of their area of effect.
Cool.
This has no effect on powers with a range of 0 or individual, nor does it alter personal or single item area of effects. It does alter powers that affect the quantity of stuff. Prolonged disintegration, for example, destroys up to 12 cubic feet of material instead of 8.
Oh, shit.
So, yeah, that kind of, like, this one is one of those, this one can change a lot of your AoE spells. If you crit success, you get increased to 100%, so you double it. If you
Fire.
crit fail, all area and ranges of effect are halved for 1d4 areas. All ranges / areas of effect.
For 1d4 areas or 1d4 turns?
Hours.
Oh,
So
hours.
if you
Got it.
fail, anything that you do at range or AoE gets halved for 1d4 hours. Rough.
Rip.
All right.
Psionic inflation. This basically sends out a powerful ring of psionic noise up to 100-foot radius. All psionic activity within this area costs twice the normal initiation and maintenance cost. The initiating sound assist is not affected. The noise actually begins about an inch beyond their aura, creating a bubble of quiet around them. Other sound assists in the area of the effect will not realize anything is wrong until they have to actually use their powers. If they're maintaining the power, they will discover the inflation rate immediately after paying twice the normal maintenance cost. If two psionicists initiate the psionic inflation in the same area, the psionicist must conduct a psychic contest. The loser basically stops and the winner maintains theirs. If both characters fail, they'll both cease their power. So those powers don't stack. And then crit success. All psionic activity within the area requires 3 times the normal initiation and maintenance cost. And if you crit fail, the psionicist cannot recover PSP for 2 hours.
Sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not terrible, but it still sucks.
This one's kind of cool, too. It just reminds me of, like, anti-magic shield or whatever. You know what I mean? You basically... Or it doesn't really, like, stop it, but definitely makes it way worse. Because that one is initial cost of 20, but only 3 per round. So really, not that
That's
bad.
not bad.
No. Psionic sense. When a psionic sense, a character can detect psionic activity anywhere within 200 yards. Any expenditure of PSP constitutes psionic activity, even if it's only to maintain a power. So even maintenance costs it detects. The use of mind blank
And
power
even that
is
one-
psionic activity too, even though it expends no PSP.
That's what I was going to ask. Yep.
So when the character makes his first successful power check, he learns whether or not someone or something is psionically active within range. If the psionicist makes another successful power check in the following round, he also learns 1, how many PSP are being spent, 2, where the psionic activity is occurring, direction and distance. If the psionicist activity is occurring in more than one place, the psionicist gets a fix on all of it within 200 yards.
Bet.
And then crit success, second round information is gained in the first round. And crit failure, the power cannot be used effectively for 1 turn.
Sadness.
So that's the one that you want if you want to basically be like portable partitions and hang out somewhere and just wait to see if an psionicist walks through the door. This is the power that you want. Because you'll be able to hone in on who's using that power. Next one, we have Psychic Drain. This allows you to tap into the personal psychic energy of other people to augment your own psychic strength. Up to 6 people can be tapped at once. Each subject, who is often called a host, must first be asleep. Next, you must make contact with that person's mind. Then, you expend 10 PSP and make Psychic Drain power check. If successful, the host falls into a trance, which lasts 4 to 9, 1d6 plus 3 hours. The character can be awakened with some difficulty before then, but he'll be groggy and disoriented for another hour. While the host is in the trance, the psionicist can siphon psychic energy just as a vampire draws blood and grows stronger. The psionicist drains wisdom, intelligence, and constitution points. He can also drain as much as he desires. For every ability point the psionicist drains, he gains 10 PSP. Any PSP gained cannot be banked or added to their total. They cannot be siphoned any faster than they are used. In other words, when the psionicist expends PSP, he automatically draws those points from the host unless he specifies otherwise. They must be within range of the host in order to draw the PSP from them. If he exercises moderation, they can actually... So if you do this in moderation, you don't do any harm to your host. The host only begins to suffer ill effects when they lose more than 50% of the psionic potential. Potential equals wisdom, intelligence, and constitution combined minus 30 points. That's kind of weird. But basically, you can siphon them off until they lose half of those 3 stats added together.
Okay.
So you have a lot of stuff. So basically, you can kind of just like keep someone off the battlefield and just use them as like a PSP pool for a while.
That's kind of dope. Imagine you get into like a psionic battle in like a tavern, and you got some people upstairs unconscious just
Yep.
hanging out as PSP pools for you.
Exactly. If you can, man, if you can run like a just a like a little hostel and then just like take those people over.
That would be crazy.
If you crit
Imagine there's
success,
some.
oh, what's up?
Imagine there's just some like mob boss that just has a bunch of people that he just sits down there, and he's like this invincible dude. Like nobody can. Like, he's always got shit up just because
Right.
he's.
Just always
That's
siphoning.
crazy. Yeah.
If you do crit success, the psionicist does no harm to the subject, regardless of how much you drain them.
Awesome.
Yeah, you crit success and you basically just have a permanent puppet that you're feeding off of for days.
Let's go.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's the one that I've been mentioning before. Receptacle. This power allows the psionicist to store psionic energy in a special receptacle. They can draw upon this energy later to fuel their other psionic powers. They cannot use these points when the total pool of psionic strength is at its maximum. So you have to be less than your max to use it. However, you can keep the stored PSP on hand until you're running low on psychic energy and then use them immediately. It's like storing points of your own blood at a hospital. Within a little time, your body replaces the pint. So later, if you should lose blood by accident or in an operation, you can basically get your blood back. So that's all you're doing. You're just storing your blood for future use. But you can't be at full PSP and only use stored PSP.
Yeah.
So the empowered vessel. Any vessel can serve as a receptacle for the psionic energy if it's empowered first, which we have that ability earlier. The psionicist must perform the initial preparation and the final seal with the empower spell. He does not do anything further unless the vessel needs no additional powers. It can hold PSP equal to its your psionic potential multiplied by your experience levels. So that is... Hang on. So what does that mean? The psionic must perform an initial... He does not do anything. The vessel needs no additional powers. It can hold PSP equal to his psionic potential multiplied by his experience level. So your psionic potential, so that's like your max PSP times your level. That's a lot. That's a lot. You can also... That's an empowered object. You can also use a gem. A gem can hold 1 PSP for every 100 gold pieces of its worth, rounded down. So, for example, a 650 gold piece, 650 gold pieces can hold 6 PSP, and a gem worth 1,000 gold pieces can hold 10 PSP. Yeah, that's insane. That seems like so much.
What was the first one?
That was an empowered vessel, something that you empower with your psionic power. The empowering spell.
Oh, with the ability empower.
Yeah. So storing points. Using this receptacle, power can be automatically placed 1 PSP into a properly prepared container per round. When he has finished, the psionicist must make a receptacle power check. If successful, all is well. If fails, only half the points he expended are stored in the receptacle, while the rest are merely spent. So you got to spend a lot of time filling these out because it's 1 per round. And then using the stored points, they can use stored points automatically. The receptacle must be in contact with their flesh, so you can never retrieve more points than you currently hold. Than the receptacle currently holds, nor can he retrieve more points than raises his maximum. No matter how many receptacles you have, the psionicist can never store more PSP than his maximum total. Oh, okay. So
the vessel might be able to hold more, but you can't store more.
So for example, if your usual maximum is 100 PSP, you can store no more than 100. Only the psionicist who places the points in an item can use them. Okay, so no one else can use them. So I don't know what this other thing meant earlier when it said it can hold PSP, like an empowered vessel can hold PSP equal to your psionic potential times your level. I don't know what I don't know what it's referring to by psionic potential. Versus this is just saying that
That is a good question.
no vessel can hold more than your maximum. So yeah, that's a very weird way of saying that. But it does mention that the biggest danger of this is receptacle loss. If the receptacle is damaged or destroyed, its contents, its PSP, are basically subtracted from your Psionic's total possible points. It's lost temporarily, but the total Psionic's is once age big.
That's scary. If you can lose your actual permanent pool.
This loss is temporary, but until the Psionic's is once again back up to his full PSP score, he's recovered PSP only half as fast. Yeah, that's really weird. I'd have to do that one. Maybe it's just late, but that one's throwing me for a loop on what that actually means. It's like the only time that we've talked about potential, and then it's saying that it's saying that it's instantly subtracted from the Psionic's total possible points. I don't know what total possible. See, we've never talked about total possible points before. This is where, sometimes second edition doesn't have the greatest wording, but essentially, I don't really ever worry too much about that. I just look at it as you can, I just look at it as the hard facts. Like, you can have a receptacle up to your maximum, and you can, use it as such. And if you lose it, you basically are SOL of those PSP. Like, they're gone. No one else can use them, but they'll basically be gone forever. There's probably more in here on exactly what that is, but that's just, it's a little bit of a weird way that they wrote that one. But that's fine. Okay. Point is, you can get PSP batteries. That's great.
Okay.
All right. Retrospection is the next one. This one costs 120 PSP. This might be the most expensive one we've seen so far. 120 PSP cost. You must be 7th level. Retrospection is a kind of psionic seance. It allows psionicists to delve into the past and locate memories that have been loosened from other minds. A psionicist must join at least 2 other psionicists in a convergence before they can use this power. Here, one of the other participants in the convergence then poses a question regarding a specific event in the past. To find the answer, the psionicist must make a successful power check. When the retrospection succeeds, the character taps into a universal pervasive memory. They have access to any information that ever existed in anyone's memory regarding the incident they are investigating. The amount of detail that comes to mind depends on the power check result. A 1, you get extremely vague and fragmentary information. A 2, vague or incomplete. 3 to 5, complete but not very specific. And a 6 or more is reasonably complete and specific. Memories bear the mark of the personalities who created them. The DM should roleplay the memories accordingly, not just recite information. If the psionicist's alignments differ significantly from the memories alignments, reaction rolls are in order. Memories can be polite and helpful, or they can be just downright rude. Memories which have lain undisturbed for centuries may be angered by the intrusion, or they may be delighted for a chance to air themselves out and bring truth. So, just kind of an interesting idea. You have access to all knowledge and all memories ever, and you can tap into that.
That's crazy.
There are no crits.
That makes sense.
Next one, Splice. Splice sonic power is tremendously useful. In fact, it is so Splice. This is basically you are splicing 2 powers together. It's very difficult and requires a great precision. The more powers the psionicist attempts to splice, the more likely he is to fail. So first, you must make a successful splice check. The power score is decreased by 2 points for each power being spliced. So for example, if you're splicing 2 powers, this score is intelligence -4. The initial cost of this endeavor is 5 PSP for every power being spliced. So every power you want to put together, 5 PSP each, and a -2 to the check for every one you're adding. If you pass your first check, you must then initiate each spliced power in succession without interruption. So you cast splice. If it succeeds, you then proceed to cast without fail each of the powers you're splicing. Okay. He does not have to make a separate splicing check for each of these powers, but you still have to pay their initial costs. Furthermore, each splice power has absolutely no effect at this time. So you just have to make successful power checks over and over. Once all the powers have been initiated, the psionicist must make a second splice check. If you fail, all efforts are lost, the PSP is spent and are gone, and none of the powers worked. If it succeeds...
All of the PSP is spent?
Yeah, all of the initial PSP for every power you try to splice. If you succeed, the Psionics can maintain the splice by expending 1 PSP per spliced power per round.
So say that last one again.
So if you succeed in doing all of this, you can maintain the splice by expending 1 PSP per round per spliced power. So if you get 4 powers, it's going to cost you 4 PSP per round.
Okay. Now, is that in addition to the other powers or maintenance cost?
No, it should just be that you've spliced them all together. So now this is the new maintenance cost. It's basically making a new power. At a later time during which the splice has been maintained, the Psionics can unleash the spliced series of powers. In effect, he performs all of the spliced powers simultaneously or with split-second separation if desired. Success is not automatic. The Psionics must perform the individual power checks for each of these spliced powers when he releases them. He does not have to pay their he does not have to pay their initial costs again, however. So essentially, it's almost like you're basically pre-casting all of these to hold them and then unleash them all at once.
And so in order for me to hold them, I have to hold. That's what the splice is holding.
That's the splice maintenance cost. You've already cast all of the initial costs, and your maintenance cost is just to hold these abilities. But if you spliced 5, that's 5 psionic abilities you can just unleash all at once in one round.
So I could before I go into a certain room or a certain situation, I could stage like 5 powers together in a splice and then hold it until I need to release it, and then it's just a big old.
Yeah, I mean that could be like you could basically do like contact and ego whip, and so as soon as you walk into the room, you'd be like you, and then just go contact ego whip, just right out the gate, just attack them and just mentally crush them.
Interesting.
So the maximum number of powers that you can splice is equal to your experience level. For example, second level can have 2 powers, third can have 3. A complex splice is a long shot at best. However, as noted above, the power score decreases by 2 for every one that you attempt. So that means a character who attempts 5 power splice has a power score of an intelligence minus 10, because it's negative 2 for every power you put in. But we also have seen that with Metapsionics, you can increase your power score to 25. So a minus 10 would only be a 15 in order to, succeed.
Right.
And then many Psionics use Splice to combine just 2 powers, Contact and another power that requires Contact. It's the most common combination. So you basically just 1-2 punch it. If you crit succeed, the character receives a +2 bonus on their power checks when unleashing the spliced powers. And there's no crit fail.
Nice.
All right. So stasis field. This one's interesting. So this one, you create a bubble around you where time slows, and energy is reduced to basically a meaningless fizzle. I think we talked about this one too. And then basically its radius is equal to 1 yard per your experience level. Trying to just skip ahead because this one I think we've read already. So essentially what this bubble does is it both slows time and objects. So time is 60 times slower inside the field. So for every 1 round or minute that passes inside, 1 hour elapses outside. Wow. Inside, you don't notice the time dilation. Each round the Psionics spends inside, they must pay 20 PSP to maintain the status field.
Okay.
Energy and motion also change inside the field. Energy magics, such as Fireball, Cone of Cold, Magic Missile, have no effect. The spells appear and then fizzle in midair. Movement is slowed down visibly, and such objects are affected more than slow objects. Character and a creature can move rates, or characters and creatures' rates are halved. Their move rates are halved inside the bubble. A dagger can be easily pushed through someone, but a slash with a sword would basically be slowed into an arc, almost like slow motion. A missile weapon basically just goes hella slow through the air. So if the Psionics keeps the stasis field centered on him, he can move. It moves with him. He can transfer the focal point of the field to anything he touches, however. Then he can move freely within the field or even leave it. If he does leave the field, the cost to maintain it is reduced to 1 point per round. From one perspective, this is actually an increase in cost since it equals 60 points for every round with which passes inside. So technically, when you're inside, you're technically paying less. And then while outside the field, the Psionics can roam up to 100 yards from it while still maintaining it. However, they cannot move the field once you're outside. You can only move it if it's centered on you. You must re-enter it in order to move it. There's no crit success, but the critical failure is that you pay the full initial PSP cost.
Okay.
So yeah, not a bad one. Kind of nice. Definitely defensive, situational. Next one is Wrench. Let's see, where are we? We are... Oh, this is it. This is the last one. We are on the last one, finally. So we have Wrench. This power affects only creatures with... This power affects only creatures which exist simultaneously on the prime material plane and another plane of existence. This includes most undead and others noted in the monster compendium.
Undead, really?
Yeah. So it specifically excludes gods, demigods, and avatars. When such a creature is wrenched, it is forced entirely into one plane or the other at the Psionicist's option. If the creature is forced out of the prime material plane, it is trapped in the other plane for 2d6 turns. It can return to the prime material plane at the end of that. If the creature is wrenched entirely into the prime material plane, it is trapped only as long as the Psionicist continues paying maintenance cost. As soon as it stops, the creature's dual existence is immediately reestablished. Except where contradicted by the monster manual, a creature wrenched into the prime material plane suffers any or all of the following effects at the DM's discretion. Its armor class is penalized by 1d6 points. Undead lose the ability to drain life energy. Magic pulses or magic pluses required to hit the creatures are reduced by 1. The creature is killed permanently if it loses all of its hit points. DM should impose any other penalties which seem appropriate considering the creature and other planes involved. Crit success, the creature is momentarily dazed. It has a -2 initiative penalty in the first subsequent round, and there's no crit failure.
Not bad.
Very situational, very much akin for psionic stuff, you know, like other psionic villains.
They're making the claim that most undead exist in multiple planes.
Would make sense, though. I mean, technically, because they're being animated by something from another plane. You know what I mean? Like, you're animating the dead, which means they're technically... their soul is technically being linked. So I'm curious. We'd have to look into that on second edition, what they consider undead. Maybe we'll have to do a history of undead.
I'd like to look into that. It's very interesting.
Yeah, maybe we'll do a history of undead, because I'm sure there's been plenty of changes made to undead over the years. All right, well, I think that's going to be it. We finally did it. It took 4 episodes, but we finally finished the entire goddamn book. This was an interesting experience. I'm glad we did it. I'm very glad that we did it with Psionicist. I don't know if we're ever going to do this again. Reading a whole fucking manual.
Right.
Oh yeah, but it's done, which means next week we can start on building your high point Psionicist. So you have everything, you have all your notes. Next week we should be able to figure out what we want to do with all of that.
I'm super here for it.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be good stuff, dude.
Yeah, well, that was a lot. I hope you all enjoyed story time. We're done with that. That was an experiment. We'll see how that goes. We'll see what kind of content we got out of that. But yeah, that's going to be it. 4.5 hours, and we're done. Next week we will pick up with actually building a Psionicist in High Point from the point of view of a brand new player. So we'll kind of see how that goes. Monday we have a fresh High Point review or a homebrew review. So we will. Do we know which one's Monday?
Yes, we do. Let me go take a quick gander real quick. I believe we have on the schedule and upcoming is our Warlock subclass from Drabs.
Drabs is Warlock class. All right.
The Shadow Monarch.
Fantastic.
The
All
shadow
right.
moment.
So we are going to be taking care of that on Monday. And then next week, join us for more High Point shenanigans. And then after that, we have so many topics. I think the next topic officially after the High Point build is going to be the history of multi-classing, including triple classing. So that, look forward to that.
Right.
Not next week, but the week after. That's going to be a really fun topic. We have plenty of homebrew review items coming up on Monday. So be ready for those as well. We really do appreciate everybody who joined us today. I know this stuff may have been a little bit dry. It was kind of a fun experiment for us, but I wanted to get through that one at least to give it a try and say that we did it, and we did.
You did all right. I think
So thank you guys, everybody, for being here. I mean, I saw. Let's see, we had Drabs, we had the new talker, Angry Meatball, Mind's Eye was
right.
here. Who else did we have? We had Hoylepa came
we
in,
had Big Dungeon
Hisbor came
Energy
in,
showed up.
Cosmic was here. Man, we had everybody today.
Mind's Eye and Big Dungeon Energy came.
Big Dungeon Energy was here. Yeah, we had so many people coming today. That was awesome. Such a interesting little topic that we have here for everybody to join in. But yeah, we do thank you guys all for joining us, for keeping us company. It really does help. If you guys liked what you heard here today, if you missed anything and you wanted to see anything that you earlier in the stream, or if you want to see any of our previous streams, you can catch all of that on YouTube. So I will go ahead and post that link in the chat right now. If you want to see any of our VODs, they're all on our live stream channel. And if you guys want to submit any ideas for topics that you want to hear us talk about on Fridays, if you have any questions that you want to see us answer on stream, or if you have your own homebrew review that you want to submit for Mondays, you can do that via our Discord. So I will pop that link one more time in the chat. Go ahead and join the community. We'd love to have you. We have a ton of channels that you guys can interact with, submit stuff for us for stream, or just generally hang out and be cool. Otherwise, that's going to be us for today. We will be back on Monday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, as always. Hope you guys had a fantastic week. I hope you have a great weekend ahead of you. That is going to be us for tonight. I hope you all enjoy it. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.